Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, January the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, Kim, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Just as I was opening the room, I see this LAZR laser is popping up to enable enhanced safety and autonomy on Mercedes-Benz. So it's some kind of a deal they've got going with Mercedes-Benz. So that is the reason for laser popping up just as I was opening the room. So let's take a look at what is happening. So of note, those of you who get Spruce Point's emails, I know they're teasing another one today. They haven't come out with it yet. But they're going to basically slam some recently hot IPO. So those of you who have Spruce Point, get them get your email. I won't have time to look at it because I don't monitor my emails once I'm in the room. But if those of you who know what I'm talking about, you might want to just post to whoever they are trying to slam. Now, gold. What is gold going to do today? Just in the pre-market, just looking at a couple of the ETFs. No real move. But if we're going to have another move, of course, keep an eye on the nugget and the dust. Dust, of course, will be if it moves down. You can buy dust if gold is moving down. But what a move all day yesterday for virtually every single gold stock. And I don't know if our friend Jay from the United Kingdom is in the room, but I know he said he was swinging Casper. This has been not a great IPO. I mean, they just kind of went. They just did their IPO not earlier this year, in 2020. Anyway, I guess it looked like they were being bought out here, and now I guess the merger is complete. Maybe this was off, but now the merger is complete. So what else is happening? And one other little note, JRJC received a delisting notice. So that's the reason for their big gap down, JRGC, China stock. All right, what is happening? DATS. You guys have been talking about DATS, D-A-T-S. Yeah, kind of hanging in a little bit. Did an acquisition, blockchain, etc., etc. APM. Received from the FDA organ drug designation. So there's the reason for, wow, look at the volume. Didn't realize the volume was so unreal. 18 million with 8.8 in the float. That is a huge turnover right now. BWMX, a Mexican stock, BWMX, is gapped up because I guess it looks like there was a Seeking Alpha article done on them. So that is not very much volume though, 17 million shares. This was a SPAC turned into BWMX. Now, there was some downward pressure on gold, but I did see that it had bounced a bit. GLBE, I was actually thinking of taking a short right around here. Held off, glad I did. GLB, it's still down 11%. It's been sliding for the last few days. So, short the pot maybe, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. The next low looking left is 32.39. It's not that far away on the monthly chart, not that far away. VALN had a massive day yesterday, but it's given up maybe half of that gain. Is that right? Yeah. So had a massive day yesterday. It started its run at 32 and it got all the way up to almost $50. Wow. But it has given up 12 of it. So about giving up about half of it, over half. This is a virus play. So they released promising data. Just trying to get my headline news up here. Promising data. Promising data. I could think we'd rather see unbelievably great data. Promising data. So maybe that's the reason for the decline. I don't know. Pretty good volume, but that's a big decline. Almost $10 on 100,000 shares. Task, T-A-S-C-K, sorry, T-A-S-K. What are you doing? Gapping down on no news that I can see. This is an IPO back here. Now, the China stocks, some of the China stocks are moving higher. I guess some inflation data came out in China and it rose less than expected in December. If you're looking for a reason, I guess that's a good enough reason if that's true. Anyway, BILI is gapped up. And FUTU, the same thing. But, you know, probably many China stocks are gapping up like this. Here's a real small one, just got crushed on a financing news. STRR, crushed on financing news. Down 30%. I don't know what the 14.25 million stock offering. I don't see the price, but anyway, it's probably around $1.20. This could be interesting. This is, man, what a flyer a few months ago. I remember this move here a few months ago. Boy, time's flying. I mean, this is, when was this? This was November of 2020. This is December. And then so basically last year, this is January of last year. This went from 23 to 98. And then the following month, it got all the way up to 129. Basically, it's airline sector play in China. Now, they did have some news. Received a pre-order for 50 units, I guess, of their some kind of autonomous aircraft from Japan. This is the news for it, EH. Pretty low float. They are the world's leader in autonomous aerial vehicle technology platform. Okay, so I guess they don't make. Anyway, that's their news for EH. And it's a low float, so expect some fireworks today for sure. I mean, look at this. There's the next high looking left, which is 1858 over here. Clears that, then you're looking over here around 2161. Again, when I give you all these numbers, doesn't mean if it clears this, it's going to get up to here. We're just looking at what could happen. And this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, not a huge number, 34,000 shares. So if it gets ahead of itself and there's still shorts available, it could be an interesting short also. Sophie, SOFI, it's gapping up a little bit this morning. Is the gap holding? Yes, it's holding. 2.6 million shares. It's a huge float, $500 million in the float. No real reason for it. No, I mean for today. No reason for today. What's the EH target? You're a funny man. But if you are being serious, the next high looking left is 1858, and then after that it's 2161. TCOM, another Another China stock, again, on that China inflation news, maybe not being as bad as expected. So many China stocks are moving. And of course, EH is also a China stock, but coupled with some news. And then, as I said, as I was opening the room, laser, LAZR. LAZR is holding its gap. Sort of, not really. I mean, it's given up $1.50 from the high. And again, there's a partnership with the Mercedes-Benz. I mean, look, the interest in EH has to be because of this, okay? A year ago when it did the craziness getting up to $131. So there's, all we do, of course, here, it's the what if scenario. And along with FUTU, Tiger usually follows, and there's Tiger, TIGR. So a lot of these China stocks, so today's buzzword could be China. Yesterday certainly was gold. The difference probably, though, is that you will see some fades. I'm sure we will not, I don't think anyway, we will not see the moves in the China stocks like we saw in virtually every single gold stock yesterday, meaning a move like this. I mean, just pick this one. I mean, look at this move. There wasn't one pullback. It was straight up, little base to the end of the day, but you didn't get any giant red candles and then green candle, red candle. I mean, there was, you could have stayed in this sort of a trade virtually all day. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active the analysts are, and they are active today again. More downgrades than upgrades, so let me take a look at a few of them. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, I do not see any multiple upgrades in my list from briefing.com this morning of upgrades, so let me take a look at the downgrades now. Maybe we'll get some multiple downgrades. The only one I see right now is EPRT, but let me get the downgrades in. Just a few more to go. So the multiple downgrade was for, what stock again? EPRT. All right, EPRT. Let's take a look at it. EPRT. Bank of America and Mizuho. They downgraded them. Not a lot of volume yet, but a couple of downgrades for this one, EPRT. Let me see, 1775. Yes, but it was, when I was talking about it, Mr. Guillot, it was up here at 1820. Okay, it is pulled back now, yes. The question was, isn't the next high at 1775? So remember, when I was talking about it, was up in the 18s. So that was the next high. Then looking left was 1858. You're right. I mean, there's a high there at 1775. But when I was talking about it, it was above that high. Depends on what you mean by a penny stock, Dula. American, oh, AA. So did they have earnings? No, they have earnings. Yes. All right, here's our answer, guys. Alcoa, AA, had earnings. And modest, up 4%. But this is almost an all-time high. I mean, there's your all-time high for I keep wanting to say American Airlines. Alcoa, all-time high is right up here, not that far away. But if you're talking about, I don't know what you mean by a penny stock, but you know, APM, it's moving. Is it going to keep moving? I don't know. But APM is, you know, $1.60. DBGI. I heard you guys talking about the halts. I have no explanation for why the warrants were and the stock wasn't. No explanation. I don't have. I have a minimum of 20,000 shares. So I know that when DBGI was halted, it was like 123 shares or something. So it wouldn't have shown up on mine. But I have no explanation. So the definitive agreement to acquire Sundry. So they're making an acquisition. DBGI is making an acquisition. It'll be fascinating to see what gold does today, guys. I mean, will we have, I mean, it's hard to believe we'd have such a massive continuation. We may have a continuation, but not massive. Or will we get a day in which maybe they pop up a little bit and then start fading? In which case, there will be a lot of, you know, I'd be keeping an eye on dust. You know, I don't often trade the ETFs, but as opposed to picking a single gold stock, you know, so buy dust if gold's going down. How is the SPY pre-market? Do you have charts? I mean, it's flat. SPY we're going to have an open, positive open. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, this IMTE, which is at an amazing 2-week run. Little bit of profit taking, obviously, a little bit, not huge, but had a big run at the end of the day, held in the after hours. Pre-market, just a little bit of a fall, but not much. This is the IMTE. Lucid is on the move also, LCID. Again, that was a choppy day for it yesterday. EVs got really hit. Most of them got really hit. This actually had a pop in the little pop in the pre-market. Market open actually did pretty well, but most of the EVs just, did not look like this yesterday. They were starting down, down, down. Sella, good morning. All right, let's take a look quickly at the major sectors before we open the market, or before the market opens at 9:30. So, interesting. Look at energy today, guys. So, we were in for a positive open, but look at energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, the major ETFs for the sectors, XLE. So the stocks that make up XLE, only 9.5% of them are right now, as we speak, above yesterday's close. So BKR and KMI, those are the only two that are positive. In other words, above yesterday's close. Look at tech, little bounce. I mean, again, this can change in a heartbeat. We look at this an hour from now, it could be completely different. But right now, as we speak, 85% of the tech stocks are up that make up XLK from yesterday's close, financial 75%, etc. Okay, look at communications, almost 100% of them are up, 95%. All right, so I mean, this is a glimpse. It doesn't mean this is going to hold, of course, for the whole day. FSBR, do I have that on my list of IPOs that are opening today? I do. FSBR right here. So, yeah, 18 million, 13 to 15, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo. Yes. Yeah, we'll see what happens once it opens. Ooh, that's a new one on me, Asala. I have no idea. You might want to go, I'll send you to our homepage. We've got more detailed tech support there. I have no idea. I don't think I've seen that one before. So let me give you our homepage. And maybe one of the guys has come across a message like that and they'll be able to tell you. I have no idea. Never seen that. Go to the homepage and just start. It'll say start a discussion. Give them your email so they know they can look up your account. Not that that should really matter, but I don't think it's relevant necessarily just to your account. But something's going on and I really have no idea. Channel bar says this request is too long. So when you click on a channel, so I click on dock channel bar, and you click on, I don't know, any channel, and it's saying the request is too long? Well, that's bizarre. Don't know. No idea. No idea. That's a new one on me. So I have a couple of the airlines, AAL. Not going to get too excited about them, but anyway, a couple of the airlines releasing today. American and also United, UAL. They're both releasing today. There's another China stock guy. So China is in play today for a while. How long? We don't know. Okay. News out of China saying that their December inflation figures were not as bad as had been predicted. So we're getting a lot of pops in China stocks. But for how long? $1 million question. So we got like the Billy, we have VIPS, we have Tiger, TIGR, we have FUTU. Many China stocks. Did they? Okay. China cut their rates first time in 2 years. So a bunch of quote unquote positive news coming out of China that is causing a pop in a lot of China stocks. Another one, WB, Weibo. So pick your favorite China stock and see what happens. Hey, DWAC. I was looking at DWAC. DWAC's reclaimed 80 for a while anyway. DWAC. We're trying to reclaim 80. There you go, rubber. PDD, number 1 on his list to fade. Now, look, I could be completely wrong. I just don't believe that these China stocks popping now are going to keep moving higher for any length of time. I mean, I'm not saying on the open they don't move higher, but yes, thank you, William. Less than a minute, or somebody. You, William? Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute for the open. Let me rearrange a couple of windows on my other screen. All right, guys. Yes, the market's going to open, or the 9:30 open. I mean, market's open. But anyway, the 9:30 open is in 10 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I say that every day. It's the truth. I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we are now open. All right, just keeping an eye on some of the ones. EH looks like it's trying to make a new high. We just have a halt. Now this is halted. They're being delisted. JRJC is being delisted. JRJC is being delisted. EH, guys, EH on the move. And it's early, but it's on the move. Just check out the pre-market highs. Again, the next high looking left is 2161. I am not saying it's getting there. Okay? Listen carefully. I'm not saying it's getting there. All we're doing just looking at the next high, on the next time frame, which is the daily chart, checking to see where the next high is. Where a stock could run to until it hits that. All right, task. Yeah, I like it, but it's too early. I say this, I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes, certainly not in the first minute. So even though this is showing up on my daily breakdown, if it were an all-time low, I might have a different feeling for it, but it is not. Oh, look at BWMX, guys. BWMX, the Mexican stock. Betterware de Mexico. Look at this. So this is not an all-time high. This was a SPAC. Right, well, yeah, the all-time highs were up here, up to $50. So there was news on them. Well, the news, seeking, you'll love this one, Zach, seeking alpha article. Okay, another China stock. NIO on the move here. Wow, look at Globe. I almost shorted this one pre-market. GLBE, look at the recovery it's having. I almost shorted this one in the pre-market. Israeli stock. All right, Sophie on the move, SOFI on the move. So when we look left on the daily chart, we see the next high looking left is 1523. So I was thinking the 15 would be tough to get through, number one. Then you've got 1523. Maybe some of the EV plays are going to have a bounce today, guys. I'm just looking at Ballard, BLDP. How about Plug? What's Plug doing this morning right off the bat? Yeah, a little bit of a bounce. I mean, these just got beaten up yesterday. But how's gold doing? Let's take a look at Ashanti. How's gold doing? AU? So a little bit of a downturn here. Okay. This could be a bit of a give up day for gold. So if you're looking to short gold, you can always buy dust. This is not a suggestion. I'm just showing you how you can do it. And weakness in Ford continues. Somebody said there was a recall also. Jefferies has downgraded them. Ford has been downgraded by Jefferies. NIO continues, NIO, my guess is an XPEV. So China stocks, let's take a look at XPEV. Probably following suit, XPEV, not really. How about LI? Those three usually trade together. LI is China EV plays. But it's early, guys. It's early. EH looks kind of interesting still. I mean, if it holds, holds up in this area, I mean, again, the next high looking left is up here, 2161. Well, actually, okay, it's pulled back now. So the next high is 1858. What did it get up to? Got up to 1865. So it barely took that high out right here, that high back in December of last year, of course. Fubo making a move also. Fubo TV brings fan view. That was yesterday, I thought, but brings fan view. Look at Task now. Ooh, look at Task. Oh man, what a great short. I did not take it. Look at this. Look at this Task. I didn't take it because I thought it just a little early. What I was hoping for is that it would just kind of base a little bit and then start to move. What a great, look at this, 33.17 on the alert, 29.27 now. And almost, see now it's almost an all-time low. Wow. EH is now taking out that high, that 1858 high, barely. All right, what is the market doing? So we've got no disconnect so far. We've got the Dow and the Nasdaq's up, SPY's up. So no disconnect in the market yet. Disconnect meaning between value and growth. We haven't had too many. Wow, Task. Oh, big miss. Big miss. But I got to stick to my rules, guys. You know, it's just too early for me to dive into it. But if you're a little more adventuresome than I am, you had an alert to short Task at 33.17. Whoa, $5 move. Yeah, I didn't see any news on Task when I was doing my pre-market work. I didn't see any news. So, are the biggest moves in the day in the first 0 to 15 minutes? Of course. Okay, but for every one of these that happened, you could have been, this could have, moved down $1 and then popped up $1 and down $1. And Torps. You see what I'm saying? Remember I told you guys in the pre-market that Spruce Point was going to come up with, this is it. This is the one. Shoot. You guys were here in the pre-market. I said that Spruce Point was coming out with we're going to take an IPO and lambaste it, and this is it. There's your news. I just didn't know, they tease you. The night before they say, hey, we're going to come up with a scathing report on some stock. And this is it. Anybody get that? Oh, did I miss the post at 9:30? Shoot. I missed it. I missed it. Well, here's a case in which those short sellers, they piled in. Oh God, I missed it. Next time, put a question mark after it. Okay, so it highlights in blue, so I would have seen it. No, I'm not blaming you, but that's probably why, so many posts coming through, and you see right there, you didn't, and there's a question mark. So wherever you posted it, I guess you didn't put it. If you put a question mark after it, then I will see it. Now, expect the company to come out with a big refutation of it at some point. May not happen today, but all right, guys. Well, DWAC now doing its thing. A little bit over 82. It's a nice little move. And look at Globe, GLBE, the one I was actually going to try to short this morning. What a recovery, GLBE. All right, guys, DWAC on the move here. DWAC is on the move. Let's see, this is an area 84 to get through. Yeah, there was the news right at. I wish I'd clicked on this, setting an $18 price target. So if I clicked on this, I did, but I didn't check the news because there was news that news did not hit until the market opened about Spruce Point. Lots of volume coming into DWAC now, guys. DWAC. Well, the scan task was picked up right here at 9:31 in the 10-day daily breakdown, right there. It also was picked up in the pre-market. You know, it was a gapper down. Excuse me, it hit a gap down in the pre-market, so we were aware of it, just not aware that this was the one that Spruce Point was going to, excuse me, slam. Oh well, we are now what, 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes in. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was in the pre-market too. I mean, I have it in my up here. Pre-market movers. I have it here. Task gap down. So yeah, I mean, you could have used our any one of our pre-market scanners would have found it. All right, so here's the key. Here are the Qs now. SQQQ. You want to short? So we're getting a nice look at the pop now, guys. Look at the first 15-minute candle in the SPY. Nice big, beautiful green bar right there. Yeah, TCAT got halted. You're right, TCAT is halted. Next high looking left is 465. All right, American guys, American released earnings, little bit of positivity in the pre-market, and now just giving it up. Straight down once the market opened in the 5-minute chart. IMTE, somebody said it hit a new low at some point. Yeah, down here. Yeah, just stick an alert up here, 1175, see if it takes it out. Every day you see these things, you know, well, it must be over here, it must be over here, it must be over here, it must be over here. You cannot believe that they just keep moving higher, higher, and higher. Especially as these bars, as these daily candles get wider and wider. You know, you keep thinking, well, that has to be it. Oh, okay, well, that has to be it. And then yesterday, you know. All right, look at EH now, guys. You know, we're 15 minutes in. So we had a big pop up to what, 1880? So it's dropped $1. Now, will it rest here? So for me, I mean, if it can rest here a little bit and then pop up over 18 and take out that, what's that high looking left? At 1858 again, that might get it running. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert around 1848 just to be alerted to it if it does happen a little bit before and see if it keeps rolling. All right, you guys were talking about the halt for EVTL. So that's right. This is this vertical airspace EVTL. So it got halted. It just resumed. Did not pop up though. What is DATS doing? And Sophie. Sophie, I've got my doubts that it'll take out 15. It's a big float, $500 million in the float, so I have my doubts. BUZN is a China stock. I don't think that's a symbol. I didn't think. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. Just in case. American continues its move down here, guys. American. Probably UAL is doing the same thing. UAL has started out weak. Remember these days here, look like all the airliners had done something like this. The ETF jets, was moving higher. Look, maybe, just maybe, we were going to have a sustained rally, but nope. Yeah, unless Torps did not hear me. Yeah, because I mentioned the short report by Spruce Point that I completely and utterly missed. Well, TAS had a nice bounce then if it's back up to 31 something. Now they talk about a charismatic CEO. I don't know who's behind this one. Exactly, William. I got the teaser email last night also from Spruce Point. That's why I was saying in the pre-market, anybody gets the email, just post the stock. I just missed Zach's posting of it. Just put a question mark behind it. then I won't miss it. Not that one. That was a big post. Especially in the pre-market, there's so much happening for me. Well, and as the market opens, there's so much happening for me that it's hard for me to really take notice of all the posts that are coming in and doing the other things I'm doing. All right, just checking this gold stock, want to see what it's doing. So it's not dropping that much. I mean, it dropped a little bit, still positive though. So it's not like gold is in disarray this morning. American Airlines continues to move down off earnings. If you took this one short, then your next area is 1645. Looks like there's some support around 1645. You know, I mean, will this hold it? I mean, that you just look at a daily chart, see all the action right around 1645, 1650. Well, I don't know if it's going to make 12, but I do have an alert set at 12. Around 12 for IMTE. The high looking left was 1168. How interesting, isn't it? I mean, look at plug now. Remember, plug was just here's plug yesterday. Oh, down, 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 down. All of a sudden, so the EVs are getting a play today. All right, guys. So you know, sneak peek here. If you took the BZUN from the AI, your next high looking left is 1409. So be aware of that. And if it can take that out, then you got 1475 is the next high. Always say always. I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but that is those are the areas I'd be watching. All right. Well, I may be wrong, guys. I mean, Sophie is right at 15 now. And see if it really struggles to get through 15, and then the next high looking left is 1523. Okay, there is the IMTE. Okay, yeah, but right up, right back down. See what it did? It got literally, probably almost to the penny, 1171, 1168. So it took out yesterday's high by 3 cents, and then it just stalled. That's why I always talk about, looking left on these higher time frames to check where the next high is. I mean, one day's high does not necessarily mean it's going to stall, but it's amazing how many times that does happen. All right, laser in the pre-market, LAZR in the pre-market got up to 1639. So it started. So it pulled all the way back here, 1460, and now it's starting to move. It's a high now for the market hour high. And that stock that shall not die, GME, is, well, it held 100. It got down to about 104 yesterday. Some volume coming in now. The same thing with AMC. AMC is popping over 19. All right, guys, laser, LAZR, on the move here. The next high, this is 915. The next high is 1536. Takes that out. Might have a shot to get closer to the pre-market high, 1639. Because it did have some news, a partnership with Mercedes-Benz. The Iris technology plan to be integrated into production vehicle platform. So there's your news for LAZR. Even Hood trying to have a bounce. You're talking MGI up here. Excuse me. This is from your scan. I know you know that. Got over the 200-day yesterday. Tried to come down and just kind of touch it, but it didn't. 834, 827. Well, it almost got, excuse me. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's hilarious the transformation that Citron, after they got killed on GME last year, they said no more. We are now going to look for to go long stocks. All right, LAZR. Let's see, what are you doing now? Maybe a take of 1528 will get me into this one. 1528, the high right there, two highs right there. I want to be notified if it does get there. So for those of you DWAC followers, DWAC followers, it held 80. Held 80. This is usually, it's decent news if you're following it and trying to go long. Well, MGI guys, I mean, this might turn into the short later, but not yet. Not yet. Gator, absolutely. They're only short ideas, yes. Well, Paradox, I can't answer to that. I don't know where they are. I don't, Paradox. I'm sorry, I don't. Well, I guess natural gas is moving lower. UNG. This is from Zach Scan. Well, plug keeps moving here. I just doubt that these things are going to move all day, like the gold stocks. All right, guys. Again, I may be wrong. Sophie, SOFI is through 15. Through 15. The next high looking left is 1523. After that is 1586. So this is definitely strong. All right, what's happening from my watch list here? TCOM, wow, 2558. China stock, guys. So China stocks are strong today. Lots of news coming out of China, lowering interest rates, inflation not as bad in December, things like that. There's the fray. There's the FREY. The next high looking left is 1029 and then 1042. So I don't know, I may struggle to get through this. I wish this weren't here. I wish it were more of a straight shot up to this 1130 mark. Well, there's no question. I mean, I don't know if the apes have got a hold of it, or this is all due to Citron or whatever, but GME and AMC having big resilient days today. They're not resilient, but pop days today. Yeah, I own retail, so if Amazon's doing that, let's take a look at some of the big retailers like JWN, Nordstrom's. So a couple of China stocks hit the AI. If you have the AI, a couple of China stocks hit it in there. Yeah, I'm interested in laser at a certain level though. You know, right up around here, 1530. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade at 1530, but I want to see it get back up here and take that out. Because, you know, then the pre-market high was way up here at 1640. So, I mean, it's got a ton of room to move if it wants to, you know, get close to that pre-market high. Let's see if that news regarding Mercedes-Benz, you know, keeps the interest up. I mean, that's really what it's all about. Can the interest be kept up? Happy New Year. When's the cutoff for wishing people Happy New Year? But Happy New Year, Tech. Yeah, laser is right back up. It is right back up, but will it hold? I mean, you know, a little bit choppy, a little bit choppy. That's the only issue. Like to see, like to see something that is, you know, I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. I mean, obviously there's pre-market, big sell-off, and then you have the bottom tails, topping tails. I mean, remember the gold plays yesterday? I mean, that's what we love to see. Just things that are just moving higher, inching higher, 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 without the big gyrations that take you out of the trade. Wow, AMC. Whoops. Get my trigger here. Price alert for DWAC. There's, okay, well, there's laser now, LAZR. It's impressive, guys. It's impressive. I mean, this bounce for AMC and GME, it is impressive. You know, as I said yesterday and the day before, especially with the GME, you just can't count these out sometimes. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get back up to 200 by any stretch, but I mean, I don't think it will, but certainly all eyes were on 100 to see if it would take out 100, which it did not do. Well, I did not take this plug, but plug is still plugging away here. How's fuel cell doing? FCEL. Oops. Yeah, so not as dynamic as plug. Wow, what a comeback for Globe, guys. It's now actually gone positive. GLBE has gone positive, and yesterday's high, well, it Yeah, it has to have taken out yesterday's high. That's why it would make it into that alert right there. Yesterday's high was 39.87, so it must have just got a little bit above that. Keep an eye on this. I mean, it takes out 40. Look out. I mean, 42 is the next high. Big comeback for it. Again, I was really looking to short this one pre-market. All right, guys, laser. Okay, guys, I'm taking I took the laser, like that bottoming tail there. Sellers tried. Oops, just took the cat's tail. $15.28 for me, so I don't want to see it. Certainly don't want to see it lose 15. And DWAC is still struggling to maintain 80. Surprised, I would have thought there'd be a little more once it got over 80, and thought it would maybe take a shot to that 90 level again, but not yet. Look at Sophie, my goodness, Sophie. There was my alert here from my watch list, 1482, 1538. Yeah, I just don't think these China names are going to sustain themselves all day. All right, Lazarus, let's go. Let's see if it can get even remotely close to that pre-market high. That's $1 away. I'm not saying it's going to. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 1580. So, I mean, that could stall it. Here's a weak one, guys. This CCXI. I shorted this one yesterday. CCXI. This is one I did. Yeah, I think I shut the room down. Scalped a little bit out of this. And why? Look, I mean, look at this monthly chart. I mean, look at the gap down to 16. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's the same on the weekly. Not quite the same on the weekly, 17. But my goodness, I mean, look at this gap underneath for CCXI. Corsair's an earnings play. I remember, boy, that was a pretty interesting one when it first came out. Right here, got all the way up to $50. Kersplat. Just can't get excited with these ones anymore. All right, guys, Lazar, L-A-Z-R. Looks like we're at that high now. How you trade it now is up to you, all right? The key area right there, 1580. Can it take out that high, looking left, and then could it possibly get up to that pre-market high? Are they putting a $40 price target on Apron? Why not? Well, with that float, anything can happen, of course. Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding. Ridwan, good morning. Oh, you're not kidding. $40 price target. All right, guys. So I did take some out of the Lazar. You know, that 50 cent level, though over 15 usually is not a big struggle, but I did take some out right above that 50-cent level. Make sure to ensure some profit on this. See how much further it's going to pull back. LAZR. So nothing spectacular yet. 1528 to just as it was sneaking down to that 15 mark. 1553. But I've got a piece left just in case it keeps moving. I will believe it when I see it for Apron. Well, DWAC is I was really hoping this would stay over 80 and then it'd start to run. I was got my alert set up in this area, 82 or so. I thought maybe if we could hold this 80 mark and then 82 and then get some volume. Just look, guys, I mean, look at the volume. No volume. Look at how the volume has dwindled. Eldon, ELDN. Let's take a look at ELDN. All right, low float. Don't think I've seen this one before. ELDN, low float. Don't see any news on it. The last thing I see on the 14th, Wainwright thinks it's going to recover. All right. Lift is interesting. I mean, look left, 38.83. What are we at now? 38.56. I mean, if it takes out yesterday's high, could have a run. I mean, there's the Next high looking left is 40, almost 41. So it takes out that high right there. Let's stick an alert, see what happens if it does take that out. All right, what are the markets doing? So we had half an hour straight up, big green candles, a little bit of fade action now happening. What is it? Wow, 10:22 already. What a fast morning. All right, guys, get ready for it. The spiel, the TI spiel. Trying to make it quick. All right. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. And as always, I always start off my homepage link, okay? Now, if you're in the main trading room, I have a tab called Barry's Homepage. That link is there all day. So I did post the link in the room, but if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can do so. There's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. I'll just show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have an annual and a monthly plan, premium and standard, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. For premium, standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You do not have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. That 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. So you get a discount first month only off these two prices. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always, at any point, you can always, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15%. My homepage has 3 free sections. First one, Trade of the Week, is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and education. We have a lot of education right here. Most of it geared specifically, of course, to Trade Ideas. We have a big comprehensive user guide. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would take the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas, what are top lists, creating top lists, alert windows, etc. Okay, daily support sessions. I take a break at noon, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is today is Thursday. Should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in case you want to head over there. And daily webinars. You can sign up for them all. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday. That's the rotation, but you can sign up for them all right there. And back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, I encourage you to take a look at this series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, starting off with what is a stock, okay? And last, you want my scans? Here they are. Here's the scan section. And I get this question a lot. What do I use in the pre-market? This is what I use in the pre-market. If you're not seeing something in the pre-market that you think you should, you know, nothing is 100%, but I can almost guarantee that if you use my pre-market scanning, you'll see it. So I've got these are two top lists. Pre-market actives up and down. These are top lists, and then these are alert windows. So if the stock keeps making a new high, you know, you'll see it here in the gap up, and then you'll see it making new lows in the gap down. So these are the 4 I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of scans here. You can take a look at them, pick and choose which ones you might want. So, as always, save my link. A lot of information here. So you don't have to only be in the trading room to see this. If you save my link, then you can take a look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Okay, just rearranging my screen here. Screen here. Well, guys, I just mentioned lift just a little bit ago, and it's lifting a bit. There's the high of yesterday, 38.83. Takes that out. The next challenge will be up here around 41. Well, lift. How's Uber doing? Let's take a look at Uber. Is Uber following suit? And the answer is yes. So Uber actually has a bad little pattern, a little pullback and a little pop, and it doesn't have to worry about yesterday's high. It's above yesterday's high, so Uber might be a slightly better play. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock markets. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So you notice I was sharing my scans, but of course, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. So for instance, here's an example of a scan I've created, the 10-day daily breakout. If I right click and click on configure and then click on the summary, it'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. What the scan is looking for is not that important. I'm just trying to show you the concept. You always start off with filters. So, in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between 2 and 35. The current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. Okay, you always start off with some filters, and then you have a trigger. In this particular case, I'm looking for stocks that make a new high if these filter requirements are met. So if a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. If you're wondering what DR means, it means don't repeat. What that means is that the first time I had an alert for DATS, D-A-T-S, was at 943. The price was 383. Over here, we see the repeating version of this. So every time DATS makes a new high, I will see it. That's why DATS is, over and over again. Here I can kind of go back in time though and say, okay, great. What did it do from its first alert? Okay, so that's the difference between this DR, don't repeat, and the repeating version. So you want to make your own scans? Great. Right click on an alert window, configure, search. These are all the alerts that we have. Okay, I'm going to scroll down, and when we get to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. Listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all, right? First of all, what we've done is you don't have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. So consequently, we created a lot of alerts and filters, thousands of customers, different trading styles. We think we've created enough different alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So don't get hung up on, oh my gosh, I can't learn all these alerts and filters. You don't have to. And our friend LABU is on the run also. I say our friend because it seems to show up every day. And this ISO got halted and now it just resumed. Lots of resistance right around here though from yesterday, I think. Now, we also share a lot of other scans. If you go to our toolbar and click on New and then click on Docked Channel Bar, we have a lot of themed channels here, and you can take a look at them all. They're all themed. So here's a momentum channel as an example. And here's Pet Q right there. You can click on it, you can see what's happening, but the bottom line is this, is that if you like this scan, and again, you can right-click, configure, and then click on summary, and you can see what it's looking for. So there's Lyft taking out yesterday's high, guys. LYFT taking out yesterday's high now. My guess is Uber is doing well too. But again, you can take a look to see what the scan is looking for. And of course, you can make adjustments. And you can make adjustments to my scans. If you don't like the price range, for instance, you just click on it. There it is, 1 and 50. You want to change it to 10 and 100? Do it. Okay. And I'll click on OK, or click on the summary. You see that there's the change. When you get used to using trade ideas, you can start to say, well, you know what? I'm getting used to. I would like to add another filter, or take a filter out. But at the beginning, we've created these scans for you. If you like them the way they are, great. You can save them to the cloud. Save the scan to the cloud. Move on to the next one. Stock surging. The action is heating up right now. You might like that one. Save it to the cloud. Now watch. When I go back to, whoa, there's okay, I still have a piece of it, guys. So let's see if I can try to challenge yesterday's high and then maybe the pre-market high. So the concept, what I'm trying to really explain here is that we've created a lot of different scans for people. And you can take a look, go to the channels, extract the ones that you might like to take a look at, and then maybe incorporate as part of your layout. Watch what happens though when I go back to the momentum channel. And I right click on that configure, and click on the summary, and you might go, hey, wait a minute, didn't he change it to 10 and 100? I did. But when you leave a channel and come back to it, those changes are not saved within the channel. The reason? These channels are for everybody, all right? So the fact that you might want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So just, obviously if you remain on the channel, make a change and remain on the channel, of course your changes are there. But if you come back, the changes are not saved. But really what I'm trying to demonstrate though is going through the different channels and maybe extracting scans that might look interesting to you. And then you can bring them back, load them from the cloud one by one, and then create a layout. And you don't have to know how to create a scan in the first place then. So we try to make things relatively simple to begin with. Go to the channels. You can take a look at my scans. And as you get used to using trade ideas, you can start to tweak them. If you want to. All right, let's take a look at our AI now. Our AI. If you click on new, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Don't complicate things, all right? Click on new, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. You'll see this window here. All you have to do is, what I would do first of all is I would incorporate this as part of your layout. Tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before 9:30, this window will be blank. You basically just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry price suggested. You'll have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. So you see the QFIN 2173 was that's when the alert happened at 9:50. You'll get no alerts before 9:35. So there was the first one. The BZUN was the first one. How you trade them will be up to you. How I use it is more like a watch list. I never take a trade, the second I get an alert. For me, I'm always going to load the chart, check to see what's happening. Is it coming into resistance? Is it, what's the SPY doing? I'm always going to check a few things. There's no huge need. I think people get so hung up on the AI and everything else that, oh man, here's an alert at 2173 and now it's 2175 or 2180. I guess I've missed it. These are not designed, just to scalp for 5 or 6 cents. So just bear that in mind. There's no mad rush to get into. And how you trade them will be up to you. And last, let me just go over this window you see there, that big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. right, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus. In this link, there are two videos. The short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? Just means you can't use this feature. Okay, so I hope that's very, very clear. And if you're going to ask about other brokers, yeah, I mean, we'd love to have every broker out there the ability to use this, but right now it's just E-Trade and interactive brokers. Please don't ask me about any other ones. I have no idea when or if it'll happen. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And how I like to really demonstrate it is though that if you're new to trading, even if you're not new to trading, you want to test out a strategy, we have a great simulator here. You just click on Sim, all right, and a paper trader, and it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, it doesn't matter because it's using our real-time data. And in fact, you don't even need a broker. I mean, if you're still wondering about what broker to choose once you get into trading, then you can use our all you need is our standard service, and then you can have access to this Brokerage Plus window. Now, one caveat, you must be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. And it's simple to use. You just click on Sim. When you click on Sim, now I have this looks different if you've got, this is a development version. They're trying to change this around. Some other modifications have to be made, but this is a development version, so that's why it doesn't look exactly the same. But if I wanted to, take plug. Boy, plug and Lyft and Uber, they're really surging here. So I just want to demonstrate just to show you how you do it. I mean, you just click on the symbol, or the alert. The symbol will show up. You click the quant, or you click on buy, and then how many shares you want. Let's do 300 shares. Yeah, the spread's a penny, so I'll go in at the market. I mean, I'm just demonstrating how to do this. There's the bid and the ask. So I'm going to click on, first, again, this is something that'll be changed. This will be default today, so you don't have to go through all these different steps. Okay, and then I'm going to click send, and it took the trade. Okay, took the trade at 23.07. Okay, then this is in the simulator, guys. Now, how I trade, always important to have a stop. All trades are not going to work, so you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. It doesn't work for you. The other thing I should always emphasize is you should have some kind of a checklist. Before you take a trade, you should be able to check every single box on your checklist. Now, don't have a checklist of 100, you'll never take any trades. Okay? And I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. You have to practice. One of the things I do in my scans, most of the things that I'm looking for have already been checked. In other words, for me, I'm always going to be in the price range I want. It's always going to have at least the minimum volume I'm looking for, the minimum relative volume I'm looking for, and some other things. So, before I even see a stock that gets alerted to me, a lot of my boxes have already been checked. So what I'm doing next is, I'll click on the alert. I never take a trade just because I get it. These are ideas. The AI is an idea. Okay, that's what it is. So I look, check to see what it's looking like. What's the pattern like? How much room does it have? Because most of my things are near the high of the day, or the low of the day if I'm shorting. So I'm always looking left then, first on the daily chart, check to see where the next high is. Far enough away, probably take the trade, depending on the pattern. Well, Sarah, I can tell you this. Aesthetically, IB is atrocious, okay? But I've been using Interactive Brokers. I'm in Canada. I've been using Interactive Brokers, I think, for 6 years now, 5 or 6 years now. I can't remember. I find it extremely reliable, which is really, honestly, that's your first. That has to be your first. You know, we talk about check boxes or boxes to check. To me, that's number one on the list. Is it reliable? Does it shut down on me? Do I get decent fills? Things like that. So for me, IB has been extremely reliable. I had Questrade before. I switched because IB has way more shorts than Questrade ever had. Is IB perfect? Of course not. You know, but I'm so used to it now. It doesn't. You know, is it outdated looking? It is. But for me, I don't care. I'm more interested in reliability. You know, you're dealing with money. That should be your number one thing. So this is not a big. No, I don't work for the Chamber of Commerce for IB, but that's my 2 cents, especially living in Canada. Everybody complains about IB's customer service. I mean, maybe I've been lucky. I had to phone them in the first week for something. They didn't quite understand. I got through to them. It wasn't an issue. I have not had to contact them in 5 or 6 years. All right, guys. LAZR is. This will be the interesting level right here. I still have some left, of course. There's the level. Next high looking left, 1580. Takes that out. Maybe it has a shot to that pre-market high. Well, okay, Sarah. First of all, you see, I have very marginal charting needs. I'm not a big indicator guy. The trade ideas charts are good enough for me. Okay, and you know, I'm an active intraday trader, so the trade ideas charts are good enough for me. You know, if you want more extensive charting, I mean, there are other charting programs around that do link with trade ideas like TradingView and TrendSpider. But for me, I just use the trade ideas charts. I do have a couple of IB charts up just for sort of a reference purpose, but I glance at them every now and then. I know everybody rails against the IB charts. Yeah, do they look outdated? Yeah, but I don't know. It just doesn't bother me. I'm just not that picky on some of those things. But I'm not a big charting guy. I have very few indicators that I care about. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, obviously you have trade ideas. Forget about scanning with anything else other than trade ideas. So, well, I'd say let's stamp this one a winner, guys. You know, and I said I was very interested in this one around that 1525 mark. I had my alert set up in this area. I said I took the trade. I got in at 1528. I did take some out at 1553. And now again, this is their big level to try to take out is yesterday's high. Or sorry, 3 days ago's high. And we definitely have a winner from the AI. You know, look at this. I mean, again, you know, 2173, 2268 4.3% move. I just focus on the ones that are moving. I don't care if you get these AI alerts and they're not moving. Just forget about them. The whole idea. I know some people would love to be able to just automate everything. It's not the way to go. Yeah, I don't think anyway is available in Canada. I may be wrong, but I don't think it's available in Canada. Okay, there you go. Not for trading. So yeah, guys, I'm going to say only one more time. You get what you pay for. All right. So yes, there are commission-free trade or brokerage platforms out there, but you get what you pay for. Well, I was definitely wrong about the Sophie. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I love the market news from IB. I agree 100% TC. You click on an alert and you just look at the headlines. But again, not available in Canada. So, and that was the question, Terry. What plan do I have? Don't know. I think I've got a. Wow, look at laser, guys. This has been awesome. Don't want to crow too much, but this has been awesome. LAZR. I don't tell anybody what to do. I sort of explain what I'm looking at. If it makes sense to you and you take the trade, great. But I'm not. This is not a room in which I'm going to tell you what to do, when to take profit or anything like that. I kind of lay it out. If it makes sense to your trading plan, great. I think I pay about $10 a month. I think I've got. I think. Well, Sarah, obviously, I am biased. That's what I use, and I'm an active trader. So you can take it from there. Meanwhile, here's save, guys. Save on the move. Wow, look at this move. It wasn't. For some reason, save is breaking out of here. It's not an earnings play. Yeah, it could be one of those 5 days. Yes. Boy, guys, LAZR. Well, okay. The next level is the whole number of 16, and who knows? Maybe, just maybe, it can challenge that pre-market high way up here. It's not that far away. And look at the SPY, guys. What a move in the SPY. Wow. So happy days. Dow's up 400, Tech's up, or NAS is up 270, SPY's up 60. Look at this move in the SPY. Boy, Sophie, I missed the boat. I mean, flat out missed the boat on the Sophie. I thought 15 might block it. Not even close. But happy to have the Lazar. Well, you'll definitely find IB has more shorts than Questrade. That's one of the reasons I switched. The only reason I didn't have IB a long time ago is because Trade Ideas did not have a good, did not externally link with them very well. Okay, if at all. I'm not talking about this window here. I'm just talking about general external linking, meaning when you click on an alert, it loads into your order entry with it, so you don't have to keep typing in the symbol all day long. Questrade, the linking was fine. But about 5-6 years ago, that's when Trade Ideas, they really figured out how to get that API working. And so since then, once they did that, then I switched. And mainly, wasn't even the fees because, the fees, yes, but it was mainly because of the shorts available. IB always had a reputation for, compared to many brokers. I'm not talking about Centerpoint or Cobra, who have shorts all over the place, but, as a general broker, IB has always had a reputation for having shorts available. 100% of the time, of course not. Boy, this was a star. I mean, this was almost straight up. Almost straight up. I mean, just a minor pause here for SOFI. Is in my watch list. There's a dollar move. Haven't looked at the short side at all. Is the market doing what it's doing? All right, DWAC, are you going to stay over 80 now? Whoops. Yeah, see that's on your topping plays, Zach. SGBX. You were talking about SGBX. That's on your. Well, I know you know that. Yeah, so Sarah, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? That's what this Brokerage Plus is, that's what it is. What I've done here, you can also use it as a simulator. So I've clicked on Sim, so I was just demonstrating how you can practice trading using our simulator. Doesn't sound like you're new to trading, so you may not, but you may have a strategy or something that you'd like to test. You can always practice in the simulator. But yeah, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. All right, guys, DWAC on the move. Okay. Now, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. It's just it's an option. It's a feature. And obviously, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means this feature is not available. Also, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Okay? So yeah, we're not a broker, but we do connect. We do connect to IB and E-Trade. Now we also have just to further, we have in tools external linking. We link with many other brokers. Linking meaning it's just a time saver. You know, sorry guys. So linking meaning it's just a time saver. So when I click on an alert, instead of my having to type the symbols in all day long, it can establish a link with your broker, so it automatically loads into your broker's order entry, and then from there you trade it. All right, guys, the AWAC is taking off a bit here. Well, you have to have IB. You have to have some data. You have to have a data plan with when you interact with brokers. You have to have a live, like a real-time data plan. Which one you choose, is up to you. I mean, I think it's pretty cheap. I think it's about $10 a month or something. Trade ideas does not have level 2, okay? But of course your broker does. Look at, boy, this is a great day, guys. Sorry, LAZR taking out that 16 now. What a reversal. I mean, we're getting lots of great, this was a little choppy to begin with. The Lazar, LAZR, but turned out to be pretty good. The Sophie is my big miss, really. SOFI, my big miss. But it's all about volume, guys. Volume, volume, volume. This is when I'm not a fancy indicator guy. I just look at look at the DWAC and look at the volume that came in right there. All of a sudden, you see how it was, they had the opening 15-minute candles typically for most stocks are going to be the most dynamic of the day. And then you usually have this dwindling of volume. But look at this, look at that volume bar right there, bigger than the previous, every one of the previous hours. Whoa, look at DWAC now. Big, big pop here. You see the levels I was interested in. I mean, while I was explaining all this, I'm trying to keep an eye on the Lazar and getting into this DWAC. There's all that volume that came in. That's what semi-convinced me that it could be a trade. Yeah, Sarah, for you, I would just start off with the standard service. At any point, you can always upgrade, okay? I mean, this is what the AI is. I mean, you do get this is if people want our premium service, it's usually for something like this, okay? because I want to have a look at what the AI is all about. And this is what it looks like. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Yep, standard. I would start off with standard. And we have a, you can click on my link right here. Okay, I just put my link in, my homepage link. Click on my homepage link. When you do, this is what you'll see. And here is you can use this promo code Barry 4 Alpha for 15% off. Okay. If you click on Get Trade Ideas and go click on, this is a toggle, click on the monthly plan. So you can start off with this, the 118. You'll get the 15% discount off that first month. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward, all right? At any point, if you decide, wow, this is a fantastic program, and I want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 15%, okay? But this is what I would do, 118 less 15%. Try this out for a month. If you like it, great. If you don't, just unsubscribe. And this is an active trading room, so this room is free like this Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Boy, it's like there was just a pent-up desire to buy stocks today because so many stocks are just ripping. Wow, Sophie. Look at this straight up. Just that little pause here on the 15-minute chart. Little red candle here. Yeah, I'm watching Lazar really closely here. I am still in some. I'm watching to see how well see if we can get back over that 16 level before I decide maybe to take some out and get rid of it. All right, so I've just taken some out now around that 1585 mark. Don't have very much left. Well, that's what the AI is. Suggested entry and stop. Okay, that's what that is. Okay. You can see that there was your suggested entry for QFIN at 2173. It's at 2275, 4.6%. Here are the other ones that are positive right now. I tend to use it like a watch list all day long. I don't get too hung up on getting in right at the time of the alert. And also, I look, based on what I do, it's difficult for me to concentrate 100% on the AI anyway. For what? BZUN? It's 2130. For QFIN, 2130. QFIN was 2130. Man, this has been a fast morning. Here is the China. So you can see right here, look at this pop for YNN. So you want to take advantage of the move in China. This is the ETF. It's a 3-timer though, so it's Yeah, it's day to day, Sarah. I mean, we have a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight, and these are and you know they so consequently some of the strategies that make the cut have had a certain winning percentage in the past. I don't look at it that way at all. The reason being is that everybody uses the AI differently. If you are not an act if you're a trader, for instance, 2173 for QFIN as an example, okay? You know, right now there's really no exit yet. But if this started to move down like this, the AI may not be getting out of the trade because some algo has not kicked in. As an active trader, though, you could not let this fall too much before taking some profit. So that's why I always say, I mean, the AI's profit will be different for everybody. But listen, if you're an active trader, start off with the standard service. You can always take a look at the premium service later on. Today, it's a great day. I mean, it's a good day. I mean, look, I mean, we've got these ones up, but every day is different. And here's another China ETF, not quite as well and woolly as the YINN. No, there isn't, but in about a month, it starts on February 14th, we have what we call a test drive. You can sign up for it here. So what the test drive is, for $11.11, you'll have access to Trade Ideas, our full premium service for 10 trading days, okay? So if you fill this out, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to start. I mean, tentatively, but you know, I would say 99%, it's going to be February 14th, and it's actually going to run to February 28th, which is a Monday. So it'll go from a Monday and then 2 weeks to the following Monday inclusive. Now what happens here, you fill this out and then you'll get a notification saying, okay, this is how much it costs, this is how you sign up for it. But it doesn't start until the 14th. And my watch list is super active today. I haven't even had a chance to look at it, other than the Sophie right at the start here. Nothing happens in this watch list until 9:45. That is by design. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, $11.11 for 10 trading days. Yes, 2 weeks, essentially 2 weeks, but it will be 10 trading days. We do this about 3 to 4 times a year. More aggressive. That's all I can say, a tail trader. Okay, you'll see these ETFs. It's a leverage. Some are one, some are two, some are three. So it's just way more aggressive, more risky. You know, they'll pop more than the one or the two, but they also drop faster than the one or the two. Well, here's your apron. $40 price target. Why not? Okay, apron. What is the next high looking left here? 959. So this has some room. Is that right? 840? Yeah, so it's above that. So the next high looking left is 949. And again, I reiterate, because I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Meanwhile, I haven't even had a chance to look at. Now, Casper, I know it showed up, CSPR, but this is, I guess, this buyout that was supposed to happen up here. You can see, look at Casper, the way it was trading day after day right there. That was because they were going to be bought out. But evidently something happened and there was concern. Maybe it wasn't going to be bought out, but I guess the buyout is back on. Now, symbol crash time. This is my this is my alert here. Again, if you're new, you can put sound alerts on your alert windows. What I mean by that is, if I right click on this alert window as an example, look at Apron, boy. And I go to Properties and Actions, and then you'll get this. And so you click on Play Sound, and then set up the sound. So you can have one window, text to speech. In other words, the system will read out the symbol to you. I say one. Whole idea of our sound alerts is that you have different sound alerts on the different windows. So if you had text to speech on every window, every alert window, you'd never know which one to look at. So you don't have to use text to speech, but a lot of people like it. So you can maybe choose one of them. Otherwise, use the custom sound, select. And these are 3 folders that we have. Each folder has some sound alerts. So you can click on one, you can open it, you can play it. You know, if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to an alert window. So the concept being, again, you put a different sound alert on your different windows, and first of all, you shouldn't have so many, but you know, when you hear a sound, then you should be able to then quickly look at the window, because you'll recognize, that's the sound I use for instance, cymbal clash. Cymbal clash is the one I use for here. So every time I hear a cymbal clash, I know which window to look at. You know, as an example. Yeah, some of them are from the some are in pre-market, some are from yesterday, some are from the day before. You know, I go through the list in the evening. I keep the ones that I think could still maybe have some move. So my watch list, my symbol list is, there's a lot has been, probably too many really, you know, to be honest, too many got triggered today. I like it when maybe only 3 or 4 in each, but you know, I can't control it. So out of the watch list that I've got, the big watch list that could have 40 symbols, these are the ones that that were triggered. One of the main things is it has to be above yesterday's high. You know, so you'll see every one of these is above yesterday's high. These ones are below yesterday's low. And you know, there's some other factors, minimum volume and things like that, but that's why these triggered. No, you know, it's a watch list though. It is a watch list. Doesn't mean, okay, you get the alert, you take the trade. But why I've done it like this is the repeating version. This is when they first triggered. So obviously the Sophie was pretty awesome. 945, 1482. And what did I get up to before it pulled back? 1640. I mean, that's pretty, you know, the DATS 388. I thought it was over 4 before. Got up to 403. Not bad. APM, I had my doubts, but you know, I put it in there. You know, it's done nothing. Lazar, great, 1514. You know, and you can see the candle, that blue arrow. When you click on an alert, you're going to see the candle in which the alert happened. That's all that blue arrow means. It doesn't mean buy, or anything like that. It's just telling you on the different charts. Here, so on the 15-minute chart, that's where the alert was. On the 5-minute chart, that's where, you know, that's where the alert was. I'd have to scroll back on the 2-minute to see where the alert was. Yeah, the watch list is not listed anywhere, no. You'd have to ask people who actually. I don't think so. I think Pepe. I think others use. See, I don't use Brokerage Plus to execute my trades. Okay, I only use it to demonstrate the simulator in action. The reason being is that I'm not going to toggle back and forth between a live account and a simulator doing what I'm doing. You appreciate that, trading requires a lot of concentration. So I actually, all what I'm doing to trade my real account, I'll click on alert, it loads into my order entry in IB, and then I trade it from within IB. So I'm actually not using IB or my Brokerage Plus to trade. But I know people who do, and I don't think there's a major issue with latency or anything. The other thing is that I'm rarely in more than two trades at the same time. So for me to manage my trades is not that big a deal. I've obviously the trades I'm in, I will have them thumbnailed on my other monitor, so I'm always keeping an eye out. So Pepe, have you actually compared it, slippage using B plus versus slippage just trading from within IB? I will give you that one, Mark. I'll give you both of Zach's scans. This is the topping play. Okay, and if you're looking for the bouncers, so top one is the topping, and the second one is the bounce plays. Bounce plays, you would think, would work pretty well in a market like this. Bounce plays are always going to work. Well, I should say always, but you'll have a better chance of bounce plays working when the market is doing something like this, as opposed to the market tanking. Makes sense? So like this. So this case showed up on the bounce play as an example. And pretty interesting, guys. I mean, look at this K. Why? Because look at this 200-day moving average. It's just sort of sitting on it. 27.14 is the 200-day. Well, that hold it. But the alert actually came at 26.61. Way down here. Like you could just sort of see that blue, just the top of the blue arrow. So it had a great bounce from 26.61. How quickly you could have got it, I don't know, because I don't know how fast that candle was moving. Not that much, because look at the second 5-minute chart. So you had all sorts of. That's a great one. Then you had chance to take a look at it, see if you really wanted it. 26.61 was the trigger, and look what it did. Got up, it tacked on $1 before it has pulled back. Yeah, so there you go. There's William. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So again, I always look at these. People I think they get way too hung up on. They get an alert and the stock moves a little bit, and they think, "Man, I must have missed the play." Sometimes, sure, a stock will just go, in a second it might tack on $1. Okay, Deal with it, move on. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've had a pretty lengthy discussion today about brokerage platforms and all, and yeah, IB aesthetically, are there ones that are shinier and better looking? Of course, but what is really important? Hey Jay, I guess you might not have been in the room in the pre-market. Congratulations on your Casper long swing. And now, of course, I'm sure you read the news that the merger is, or they're going to go, they're going to finally take this pub or private. I guess this is what was happening here, and obviously on that day and the next days, maybe the merger was in doubt. So good for you for getting into this one. Now, what Jay is saying is good and bad. And Jay's sitting there in England going, well, what the heck does he mean, good and bad? So I will explain. So Jay said, before I got before I got TI, I used to trade a handful of stocks, but after I got TI, I felt like a kid in an M&M world. Okay, the great candy. So many trade ideas. Very true statement. The problem can be so many. Okay, one of the things I try to do, again, of course, I'm not picking on Jay. That he used that phrase, but what you really have to kind of decide on is what sort of a trader are you? There are all sorts of different strategies, different setups, etc. So when I started with Trade Ideas back in 2010, as just as a subscriber like anybody else in this room, I did not want to miss anything. And there was no trading room, there was no help. I was just doing all this on my own, scouring the internet for all these different trading strategies. Probably had about 40 or 50 windows up, getting alert after alert after alert, clicking, clicking, clicking all day like mad. And guess what? Getting nothing done. Nothing done. So it was hard because the hard part was, okay, I get the fact that I'm overwhelmed with all the alerts. What do I do? Well, of course, there are a few things you can do. I can tighten up my filters. In other words, I've got a relative volume filter and many of them, make it higher. So I'm only going to see the ones that are, really, really act with a lot of activity in the day. That's one. Also, start paring down the number of strategies that you think you want to look at. That's the tough one. The reason being is that sometimes, you say, okay, I'm going to get rid of this one. It's not giving so many great alerts. And then the next day, somebody says, oh, look at this one. And it would have been in your strategy and you go crazy. Okay? Because you don't have it. You just have to deal with it. Trade ideas can give you a lot of ideas, but you have to concentrate on, kind of whittle them down, not to give you so many. I mean, look at the 10-day daily breakout as an example and the 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously a super manageable number, okay? I'm not saying, that's what you want, only these, but even my option scanner, look at this, there are only 3, okay? My watch list is actually a lot more active than I like to see it. Normally maybe only 3 or 4 of each. And they're not all coming at once. It's not like all of a sudden I get like 100 alerts at 9:45, and what do I do? So that's one of the challenges. Yeah, Trade Ideas is awesome at giving you the ideas, but you don't want so many that you're overwhelmed and then you get nothing done. Yeah, you can have access to this from my channel. Everything else I'm sharing, okay? Yeah, what you don't see in my other monitors, I am sharing. This you have to, you can access it through my channel, file, new, dock channel bar, and then here I am, where am I? Barry's watch list right there, okay? And then that'll give you this, plus it'll also have my option scanner. My option scanner is probably, my favorite scanner. Doesn't give too many, and it'll start getting very active, I think, in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Very active in that it'll give you probably some really good looks, because we're going to be into earnings season, and we'll start to see some. I don't trade options. What this scanner is looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity days. But all the other scans, all available from my homepage in the scan section. So there's nothing for you to do other than, you might look at this scan, the 10-day daily breakout, okay? And you load it, and you click on configure, then summary, you'll see what it's looking for. Now you may look at it and go, okay, get the concept. I like a different price range. No problem, just change it. You want a different price range between 10 and 100. If you don't want to change it at all, fine. And then you just load the different scans, put them on your screen, and then, you'll file, save layout. And then you can create a layout with using my scans, and then also all of the different scans that we have in our channel bar. These are all different theme-based channels. You don't have to you don't have to know them all. You just, kind of go through them. And you see, momentum, that looks interesting. Maybe I want that. I'm a momentum trader. Okay? So it's all created for you, and you just save it to the cloud. And you just kind of extract the scans from the different channels, the ones that you might like. So if you're any person just starting out, we try to keep it very, very easy. Either looking at my scans or the scans from the channel bar, so you don't have to know how to create a scan in the first place. All right, CVNA. Zach is talking about CVNA. Yeah, a little outside the price range I like, but let's take a look at the VWAP. 164.42. So what Zach is saying is that he's keeping an eye on this. He's obviously short this right now. And then there's the VWAP, 164.42. So it's got $6 or so that it could still move to the VWAP area. Oh, there's our little bot in YouTube. I don't know about you guys, but this has been a super fast morning. So here's the Frey, F-R-E-Y. There was the alert, 10:14. And that's the other thing, Sarah. In my opinion, the beautiful part of this trading room is that we have all sorts of very helpful individuals. It's not just about me yakking at you all day long, okay? We've got some super helpful individuals who, they create scans and they don't mind sharing them. Oh, it's from a bunch of different sources, Terry. It's not just one. Here's Benzinga, I see Seeking Alpha, Business Wire. It's not one source. All right, things have settled down a little bit. By that I mean I'm not getting too many new alerts. Now, here's just a word about the simulator, guys. Okay, I left this in on purpose. I wanted to demonstrate something. I didn't talk about putting stops or anything like that, but I want to demonstrate something here. So in the simulator, I took 300 shares of plug. I got in at 23.07. At one point in this trade, I was up $75 in the simulator, okay? So, obviously if you're using the simulator to practice trading, you would not let something, I mean, not that $75 to the good was incredible, but you would not let it turn into a $130 loss. This is a great way to practice, okay? So, to keep an eye on that P&L and not letting something turn into a loss. Give me a moment here. There we go. Oh, I don't know, Terry. I don't know who. I don't know the company that provides us it. I have no idea. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of this. All right, the globe is starting to fall now. GLBE, probably gone negative. Not quite, not quite. All right, at this point, guys, I'm in nothing. I'm out of the DWAC. I'm out of the laser. What time is it? 11:34. Getting set to take my break pretty soon in about 20 minutes. And I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room taking over for me in our YouTube room while I'm on my break. I'm sorry. I keep thinking it's Friday, but it's not. It is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. Maybe he's listening to me. You must be listening to me, Jamie, because you're telling me even before I ask you if it's you. Okay, it's funny. I was just going to type that in. Okay. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room at noon. Now Jamie has a lot of experience using Brokerage Plus. I think he uses E-Trade. So he's got a lot of experience using Brokerage Plus. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus type questions, you can certainly ask him. Jamie is way more of a swing trader than I am. I am virtually not a swing trader, but Jamie is more of a swing trader than I am. So again, at noon, I will put the YouTube link into the main trading room, and you can head over there if you want to listen to Jamie for about an hour, 12 to 1. All right, just checking my sound toggle, make sure I haven't accidentally turned it off, but I'm not getting any new alerts now. That's okay. What would interest me with DWAC again would be getting over 85, only because of what happened in the last 2 days, okay? So right there, high of that candle right there, and because yesterday it did get up to around 92, but in the pre-market, I think I hit about 96. So, there is that. Yeah, we're starting to get more earnings plays, guys. More earnings plays. And it's going to get pretty exciting. I think I checked yesterday. So this today or this week, I think we have something like 60 companies releasing earnings. Of course, a lot of the big banks, the Goldmans, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, etc., releasing earnings, and some other companies, of course. Next week, we get about 240 companies releasing earnings. The week after, my guess is we'll probably have 800 to 1,000, and that'll continue for a good probably 4 to 5 weeks of lots and lots of earnings plays. The earnings plays that I like, I don't give a rip about Apple and Microsoft. I'm not like, if you want to trade those, that's great. The ones I love what I call maybe the second tier, third tier, fourth tier, the ones that, people aren't really following that much, and all of a sudden they release earnings and they have their day. Their day meaning either, fantastic move higher or the big move down. And we'll probably start to see a lot of that, maybe not next week, but certainly I think the week after. And a lot of those show up in the options scanner. Stocks that don't trade very much, and all of a sudden, boom, they're trading tons of options. And again, I don't trade options. All I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option days. So for instance, look at Apron, Blue Apron right here, APRN, 31,000 contracts, okay? That's fine, but that's the key metric right there. So it's trading 10 times normal, okay, in terms of contracts. That's the metric. That's what that 1,000% means. So my filter here, if I look at this one, again, I'm sharing this one. So if I look at it, this is what I'm looking for. This is my price range, and the current volume is 3, so, that's why I don't get very many. I've got a lot of tough filters that have to be met. This is the main one. It's got to be trading at least 2,000 contracts, and that has to represent at least a 300% of normal, or another 3 times normal. So I don't trade the options. I trade the stock. But some have said, who trade options, say that can help them. At least zero in on the ones that are, having an abnormal option day. And to put a stamp on that, if I right click and click on search and then click on options, these are the option filters that we have. Some obvious ones, we have the put call ratio. This option volume means the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Obviously the option volume today, the put and call volume today, and then this is the one I was talking about. The option volume today, percent, so 300%, obviously it's a ratio of 3. So that's the one that really, really zeroes in on what is having, if you put it high enough, what's having an abnormal option activity. This one is having a bit of a pop here. This has been hit hard over the last few days. But AGL, out of this little base here, this has been on a steady decline over the last 5 days. And also this morning, look at this morning. I'm sorry, this is yesterday. But this morning it was also down in the pre-market. But it is now starting to recover a bit, AGL. I'd be looking at this level here, 18, well, actually, so 1846 is the next high. After that, 1932. So who knows? Maybe this is the first day of a recovery. And guys, these are price alerts, okay? We have the price alerts probably underutilized. If you click on new and then price alerts window, this is what you'll see. Okay, this is what the window looks like. Obviously, if you load this window, it will be blank. I'm going to get rid of the triggered ones. Right click. Okay, now this is how easy it is. These are the IPOs, okay? These are the upcoming IPOs this week. Somebody was mentioning, of course, the FSPR. Is it today, really? I would have thought if it's that big, it would have been released already, but... And maybe after my break, if you guys are interested, I'll show you what I do for IPOs. Just remind me if you are interested. But setting a price alert is super simple. No excuse not to do it. You know, price alerts are nothing that Trade Ideas has invented, of course, but but it's so simple to do. So if I'm going to go to AGLs, let's say I wanted to put a price alert just underneath this 807. So if it hit 802, I'll right click, create price alert, 802, there it is. I could of course change it if I want, save it. I'm going to put a price, what I'm trying to do is just get a little bracket going. So I've created a little bracket, now at 809. Now, notice I minimized my price alert window. You don't see it right now. Okay? You don't have to have it up and running, and in fact, I prefer not to because well, I would pick one that's just not moving. Now I'll hold up for another 30 seconds or so. Yeah, why don't I put it right at 807 then? I'm cheating, guys. Now I'll pick another one. How's Blue Apron? Is this trading? There we go, finally. Okay, see what so I put a price alert for 872 for Blue Apron. It popped up on my screen because I had it minimized, all right? It shows up right at the top because I sort on the triggered time, so I'm always going to see the last one. You see it also faded. And I also put a price alert. I put a sound alert. Let me get rid of this. I also put a sound alert on it. You know, the actions, and then you recognize this. This is the same format as if you're putting a sound alert in an alert window. And why I do that is because, you know, I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I do wander away from my computer, and I know, you know, I know what the sound is here. And there it goes again. If I had minimized this before, you would have seen this pop up on the screen. So the sound alerts, the price alert window is wonderful to use because then you don't have to stare at the chart, wonder, yeah, is it triggering, number one. And you can just forget about it. Set the price alert for the area you want to see. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you know, like I've done with the DWAC as an example. So I don't have to stare at DWAC anymore. I can just put this price alert right up here. If it takes it out later on in the day, I'll know about it. Now again, just because I get the price alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade. You know, I want to see how it's trading. You know, other factors, but I'll know about it, so I don't have to. You know, I'll never miss an alert. And there's William giving us a little endorsement. Yeah, I mean, I find our price alerts super simple. I mean, again, we did not invite the concept of placing price alerts. I've had different brokers. I've had different charting programs. You know, I just find this wonderfully simple. You know, just boom. Just you know, right click, create it. You don't have to put any notes in if you don't want. And save. Done. I mean, it's done. So there are no excuses for not putting price alerts. And you can have up to 500. Nobody needs 500 price alerts, okay? Nobody. But you can have up to 500. What I typically do is at the end of the day, I just get rid of all the ones that were triggered. And then I'll also go and take a look at the ones that I've set price alerts for to see if they're really valid anymore. For instance, if I have a price alert for a DWAC at 85 and I just leave it there and DWAC goes down to 40, why do I care about this price alert at 85 anymore? Okay? So good exercise is just to go through your price alerts. There we go. Look at the AGL, just triggered. Okay, can't miss it. And when you click on the, and then you just click on the alert, and the charts will come up. Now you can examine it and think to yourself, okay, do I want to take this trade still? There's the DWAC. You know, I mean, again, it's just so easy to use. And I would minimize it. Okay, that to me is the best way to use it. A couple of reasons. First of all, it doesn't take up any screen space. So if screen space is at a premium for you, you don't have to have it up and running. But secondly, when you minimize it, it pops up on your screen. So I mean, I think that's the way to use it, to minimize it. Whoa, I guess Lazar is not dead, guys. I'm not in it anymore, but LAZR is still not in it anymore. But, you know, if you still held on to some, there's your magnet. Maybe 1643. I use the term magnet. I mean, I'm just looking at the high in the pre-market. You know, other traders will see that also. And, you know, wonder, can it get close? So just quickly before I do go on my break, I'm going to just demonstrate very quickly the concept of stops and all, okay? So I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to buy it right at the market. It's only a once, whoops, Jamie. I can't wait to get that. Okay, so I've sent it. However, you got to be smarter than the system. So I've got to... I'm sorry, it took the trade. 500 shares, entry price was 1606. I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to put the stop at 1584. I'm going to explain why I'm putting a stop there. Not because, you know, that's where a stop should go. I'm just explaining now a little bit of market management, okay? Okay, actually I should have put the stop at 1586. But that's okay. What I was trying to demonstrate here is that when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade at. That's why we always really harp on the fact to practice trading before you start trading with your real money. Because not every trade is going to work. The way I trade, and I think everybody should trade, is you have to have a price you're going to get out. Otherwise, you can just, hope and pray is not a good trading strategy. So you have a price you're going to get out and you just move on. So if you can agree with me that that's a good idea, fine. Now the next step is, of course, well, where do I place my stop? And that's where some practice is going to come in. I'm more of a visual individual, so I take a look at a chart, probably no less than a 5, maybe the 15. I check to see where I think there's a support area, with my experience. And I think, okay, if it breaks down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. Others may take the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle. How you do it will be up to you, okay? You have to get comfortable with where you're going to start placing your stops. So once you know, when you get into a trade, you know where you're going to get out before, okay? And that's going to share size you. How does that work? Well, if you have a $5,000 account, hopefully you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking, to demonstrate, about $100 a trade. That's why they should have actually said minus 100. I just put my stop at 84 instead of 86. Okay? And that share size me, because when I take the difference between my entry and my stop, which should have been 20 cents, and I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So in other words, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I'm taking will be based, again, on the difference between my entry and my stop. I take that number and I divide it and how much I'm risking per trade. And I keep my risk per trade about the same every single trade. So it's not like I'm risking 100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, 50 the next. I'm keeping my about the same, okay? Now the next step, and that's hard to do. Remember we talked about the checklist. So you can, let's say, first of all, before you take the trade, everything, you have a checklist. Every box should be checked. You get into the trade and you're really excited because, wow, it's got earnings, it's got good news, the setup looks wonderful. There's all sorts of room on the daily, the monthly, and the weekly if you are a momentum trader. And it still doesn't work. You can't believe it. So instead of obeying your stop, you think, you know what, maybe my stop was too tight. I'm still new, and so now you allow that manageable, say $100 loss, turn it to $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally get out of the trade. Okay, so that's so key, is to try to obey your stop. And this is what I always say: one of the worst things that can happen, though, is not obeying your stop, and you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and then all of a sudden you're up $200, $300, $400, and you say, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop because I knew it would turn around. Will that happen? Of course it will. But I'm telling you, over years of experience, that it'll happen, and you'll pat yourself on the back for not obeying your stop. But for me, money management is so key. I obey my stop, and I can always get back into the trade. Commissions, getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions is no reason not to do it anymore. In the old days, it used to be. You're paying $200, $300, $400. It's going back obviously a few years. But now with commissions, either A, horrible with IB at half a cent a share, or free, there's no excuse for not getting out of a trade because of commissions. Because what can happen is, for all the reasons you got into the trade the first time, you get stopped out, they could present themselves again. You can always get into the trade again. Okay, so that's my Sermon on the Mount, okay, about money management. You want to last in this business, you better have some good money management skills, and no better way to practice them is using our simulator first. Before you commit money to the market, use the simulator. Practice, practice, practice. How long is it going to take? I have no idea. It depends a lot of factors. Who you are. It could take 6 months. It could take a year. It could take 1 week. I'm kidding about a week, but trading isn't easy. The other thing is that, if you get good in the simulator and you're making money, unfortunately, that's not necessarily the blueprint for success, that you can make money in a simulator. Therefore I'm going to make money when I start trading my account. Because all of a sudden, all those rules you had, when you get out of a trade here, it's just play money. You lose money here, it's play money, right? I try to tell people, though, treat it like it is real money, but, it's hard. When all of a sudden you start trading your real account and you see your P&L zipping up and down, boy, it becomes a lot more emotional. I do not, Elijah. I do not have a good strategy for that. Maybe Jamie does. Jamie's going to be in the room in about 4 minutes. You might ask him that, okay? But I do not have one. Now, the good thing that Jay said about so many ideas is just that. I don't know, I've been trading for a while now, and it used to be that you might only get 2 or 3 good setups a day. And if you miss them, then you're sitting there doing nothing for the rest of the day. Dak knows what I'm talking about. Dak. Okay? with trade ideas, and of course the way the market is now, but with trade ideas, we can always find things to trade. So don't beat yourself up. I mean, look, I'm sort of gently beating myself up about not taking the Sophie trade, but guess what? There will be another one. Maybe it won't be just like this today, but tomorrow there'll be another one, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after. Okay? You're talking about the private sessions, Elijah? Booking for an hour? Before I would do that, first of all, I don't do any, but if you're talking about the other traders, before I would do that, I would exhaust everything. I mean, you can ask us questions, and between 12 and 1 of the other traders does take over. Jamie's going to be there very soon. And you can ask him questions also. The question is coming from our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, we do have one-on-ones that you can take. I don't know what the cost is now, $139 for the hour. But before I would do that, I would exhaust everything else. I mean, take advantage of this free trading room, the Q&As that between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, looking at the instructions that we've got on our website. So, I mean, we don't want you to spend money needlessly. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Jamie will be there any second now, so I'm just going to put my announcement in that I'm on mute. Back around 12:55. And I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. There he is. Hi, Jamie. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to put the YouTube link in, guys, if you do want to head over there while I'm on my break. And Jamie, have a good hour, and I will stop my streaming right now.
Okay, test 1, 2. I think that was a successful handoff. So hopefully you guys have eyes on my desktop now. Just to make sure, if someone could use the chat panel just to let me know that you can see and hear, be much appreciated. I'm hoping. Hey, Jacques. Hello, thank you very much. All right, looks like you guys can see and hear. All right, so welcome to my desktop. As Barry was saying earlier about swing trading, I got to tell you guys, I've been more of a scalper here lately just due to market conditions, and I've been having a lot of fun with it here lately with some certain scans that I developed, and we can talk about those later. Hey, Bill, what's going on? Good to see you, sir. So before we get rolling here, just want to make sure everybody's aware of the fact that this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So a great place to get questions answered about functionality, TI Pro, so forth and so on. Now let me back up here because I believe Elijah had a question regarding an OCO strategy, and I was like, well, maybe if I knew what that was. So correct me if I'm wrong, Elijah, but you're talking about combining a stop order with a limit order on an automated trading platform, something like that, right? And either the stop or the limit price is reached and the order is executed and the other one is canceled, right? So using Brokerage Plus, we could always do that, right? Here I am logged in the demo, just got a couple of positions on the blotter. So, for example, let's pick something that might be a good candidate. Give me a second here to just try to find something at random. Maybe something creeping up to what could be perceived as a breakout, and we just don't want to miss it. These guys are all going to be hitting highs already, so I tell you what. Let me look for something else here. Okay. Don't have a dog in this fight, but let's just say, since JRJC here, obviously big pre-market downward swoosh here, and now we have the first candle of the regular session. This guy right here, right? That's the first candle, and look how flat this action has been for JRJC. If I take a peek at the volume here, I can see it's doing significant relative volume here. Respectable 13. Now check out this micro float, okay? Next thing that comes to mind is, typically we consider a low float stock to be 20 million shares in the float or less. This one's got just a little over 1 million. Typically when you see volume like this come into a low float stock, that's why you get these crazy exacerbated moves. Of course, this one happening in the pre-market. But now look what we have going on here. We've got a nice little flat. Look at this guy hanging out in space on the daily. Let me squish this up a little bit, see if it's butting up against anything. I mean, we just pretty much went down there and tapped that area. If I could get my line to draw there. Now you see how we wicked right below it, and now we're right back above it. So, one of maybe 3 things is going to happen for the rest of the day. This thing's going to continue to go sideways into the close. We could come down here. Let me get rid of that little pink dot. If this is the actual low of the session right here, and then we mark off the high, a nice little consolidation. So keeping in mind the low float size along with the high volume, and we can still see down here on the 5-minute level, the volume is still almost 50 times greater than normal, being at almost 5,000, where 100 is normal. So let's just say I wanted to bracket this thing, or just play it to the upside. I think maybe it can get back into this area here. Who knows? It's got a lot of resistance back here, or these days could act as resistance, so it might not go anywhere. That's more than likely why it's doing what you see here. But let's say for a moment, if we take the high of that wick and we say 423, I could bring Brokerage Plus over here and go, okay, I don't want to have to sit here and watch this thing all day, but if it does break that high, I'd like to have an order in that'll automatically get me in if this thing prints, if the high is 423, we say if it prints 424, we want to get in. So what I would do, I would set my share size here. First I would click the buy button, and of course this is going to look very different than the Brokerage Plus that you guys have, because this is in the developer's build. This is what, moving forward, when we do get the bugs worked out, this is what the new order entry panel will look like. So before you can do anything, you got to say, okay, I'm going to buy or sell. Buy, I would use a stop to get in, okay? Time in force, day, and then I would simply set my price. What do we say, 414 or 424? Then we just pop the price in here, and we should have a standing order here. Of course, it should not have filled. Okay, JRJC. Okay, 424. This thing comes up here and pops 424. I'm using a stop order to get me in. Okay, now I could have, another bid in here, another limit order. Why did my order just disappear? Okay, well, this might be a bug in the dev version, but if I was live, like in the E-Trade environment or interactive brokers, that order would have just sat there and would not have executed until it printed 424. I don't know why it just did that. It's probably part of the developmental version that I'm using here in demo mode. But that is a way to use a stop order to enter a position. Now, if we would ahead and put a bid in, say below these levels right here, say we had a stop order to get us in at the high and a bid to get us in down here, the only thing, according to the definition of an OCO order, is I don't think it would auto-cancel that order. You'd have to go in there and cancel it manually. Now, there might be a way to, well, within Brokerage Plus, I don't know if there's a way to articulate that into the system, even with a custom formula. That's a very specific way to do it, but you could use a stop order to get you in. That's the best I can do for you right now on that topic, Elijah. All right, so hello, Iris. Needless to say, it's been a very interesting, past couple of days on the SPY and the overall markets in general. When we were here, all eyes were pointing to these lower wicks from back in this period here. And of course, the majority of people out there, the herd, thought that we might get one more little push down to these levels. But, many times when everybody thinks that that's going to happen, you got it, the exact opposite occurs, and that's what happened today. Little bit of a, well, let's see here. We closed yesterday 451.82, and we opened at 453. Little pre-market chop, but a gap up nonetheless, and it held, and it's continuing to go. So the 450 level being defended by the bulls. So we'll have to see what happens. Assuming we stay at these levels, things are looking good thus far. We can see the green line here being the 10-period moving average on the 15-minute intraday, and it seems to be toeing the line right now. So there's, if this holds up, finish at these levels, maybe inch a little bit higher, well, then, we could be setting up for a nice trend back up to the higher levels here. And tomorrow is Friday, so it will be interesting. Notice the volume levels are starting to die down here. We had relative volume probably rocking close to 1.4 earlier. And now we're starting to see these smaller time frames get real sleepy. Keep in mind 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 100 is normal. So we're starting to see relative volume revert back to close to 1. We stay sleepy like this, then we might get back to 1 or maybe even below. And that's a good sign at this point in time for attempting to hold these levels. All right, I had some cool stuff set up for you guys earlier regarding my compare count windows, but I was testing out a new dev version this morning, and things went kind of sideways, so I had to reset. So I lost a lot of that data, but I was able to capture a screenshot here. Okay, so I was running my sector layout with my compare count windows attached to each sector. And of course, a lot of this is going to be a factor of just the market conditions this morning, but still some interesting correlations. Notice that not all of the sectors here were showing massive green counts. The majority of them were, but for example, industrials, communications, financials, not so much. But one of the darlings as of late has been energy, and we can see, kind of hard to see down here, but 89% buying biases in all the energy stocks in that sector after the first 15 minutes. So let's take a peek at XLE after the first 15 minutes today. All right, this is the pre-market area right here. This is the first 15-minute candle, which closed right at 63.99. So we could just say right about 64. Compare count windows saying, hey, massive buying. Anytime I see that bias, whether it's an overall compare count window for the big caps or a specific sector, I typically like to see a bias of 60% one way or the other. And what were we rocking on the XLE today? Just a mere 89%. And what happened to XLE after that first 15-minute candle? right here, the close. And let me just dial this a little bit closer into 64. Boom, you can see what happened. Topped out a little over 65 and it's currently, just trying to find a little home up here around the $65 level. So a nice clean 1-point move in XLE, all based around the buying and selling interest that this compare count window pointed out to me. Simple, but highly effective. All right, DOS pips. Show me what window I can do a black background in. Where is the compare count window and what does it mean? Okay, so first off, when we're talking about dark backgrounds, several different windows that applies to. We can always select the color, the background color from our charts. Okay. So let me show you how to get to the colorization of charts, and then I'll show you the compare count window and give you a little breakdown of what it's doing. But if we want to select color for our charts, you can right click and select background color, and then we can, we can change text color, we can change background color, up and down candles, so you can customize the charts for whatever color that you might like. Okay, you said that's easy. So was there a specific window about colorization? Okay, anything other than charts. Okay, so for example, these alert windows. Notice in my bullish alert windows, I've got the background color is black, the text green. For my bearish windows, I've got the exact opposite with a red forefront and a black background. So if we pop in here, go to properties, select colors for an alert window, it's relatively simple. We simply select the foreground and the background colors. Pretty easy in an alert window. So I tell you what, before we talk about colorization in a top list window, let me go ahead and bust out a compare count window, give you the details on that. So here is one of my compare count windows that I pay attention to every morning, 15 minutes into the open. Notice the title here, Big Cap Movers, simply meaning any company meeting the filter criteria that has a market cap of $4 billion or more, right? And when we right click and go configure in the compare count window, we've got a green data side and we've got a red data side. If I hit configure, it's basically like a free floating alert window. Okay, and in this one on the green side, I've simply mapped out a really simple filter set. Got to have some accelerated 1-minute volume, market cap of 4 billion, easy enough, and just tell me anytime one of those stocks is hitting a high. In the red data side, we're going to have the exact same filter set, but it's going to keep count of the stocks hitting lows. So that's exactly what the compare count window does. We can see anything that's being triggered by the up or the downside scrolling through in the little ticker down here. But each time a stock hits a high, it keeps count. Each time a stock hits a low, it keeps count. Now, these counts are all messed up because I had to restart my software, but it's basically telling me that since the restart, we've got 55% of these stocks hitting highs versus 45% of the stocks meeting those filter criteria hitting lows. So it really allows you, the user, to create, for lack of a better description here, a customized tick. And the tick has been around for eons. It just keeps track of advancers versus decliners in the broad markets, regardless of filters or volume or anything like that. So what the compare count window allows you to do is create your own custom tick, right? And of course, the things that you can come up with, you're only limited by your imagination. Whereas this one is going to keep count of the big caps. Over here, I've got a compare count window attached to each and every sector. So after the first 15 minutes, I can look and see where the heavy buying or the heavy selling is in any respective sector. And if that ETF looks good on the charts for an upside or a downside move, that gives me the confidence to pull the trigger. In addition to that, when you're using a layout of this nature, you can also scan these individual top lists for laggers. All right, if one sector is just motoring to the upside and you start scanning these top lists for the ones that haven't quite taken off yet, a lot of the times you can catch some laggers, not only to the upside, but also to the downside when the selling comes in. All right, let's see. Are there any windows that we can't change colors? Well, for example, compare count window, you just have the option between dark background and the light background. Now, the trickiest window to colorize is a top list. Okay, so let me just duplicate one of these existing top lists and I'll blank out all the colorization and I'll walk you through the process. Okay, so currently I've colorized this to change colors slightly by the value that's represented in change from open, I believe. So to get to colorization in a top list, give it the old right click. We're going to come down to properties and we go to select colors. I also like dark backgrounds. So here you can see I've got it highlighted right here, change from the open, which is correlating with this column here. That's how I want to set up my color scheme. And over here you can see the breakpoints that I've assigned. But if I hit delete all, boom, everything turns white. And if we wanted to colorize by the same column here, first we would just set up our numerical breakpoints. And because I can see there's not a whole lot of things up in a crazy fashion here, we'll just pick some smaller breakpoints, see if we can get a little bit better of a gradient established here. I think increments of 3 might do the trick here. So at first all we have to worry about is putting in our numbers. You don't have to worry about the colors just yet. So if I want to do by increments of 3% for change from open, first I'd put a 3 in here and just hit add. Then I'd go 6, add, 9, add, 12, and 15. Okay. Now I can select any of these color formats just to see what it looks like, right? So now, I like that. You can see as the numbers change, the gradient changes as well. Once you find the one that you like, you just hit OK, and boom, we've added gradient colorization to the specific column of change from open. Now, as I said, out of all the windows, this one is the most difficult to colorize, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes pretty simple. First, just worry about your numbers, then come over here and select the color scheme that might suit your palette, and then you're good to go. Say you want to get a little bit more separation. Well, we could, instead of pick increments of 3, we could go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and we'd get more layers of color, right? Okay, back up to, well, I don't want to butcher your name. I'll just call you MA there. I was going to say Hula, but that might be right. It might not be. How would you create an alert window that will trigger when stocks fall below -3 ATR? Well, I can tell you right now we've only got one average true range filter. And this one is denominated in dollar amount. So I'm not sure that's going to fit what you're looking for there, MA. I don't know if this one can be customized for percent. If I had one in here, it would already be showing up. So I'm not sure that this filter is going to be able to identify that for you, MA. Wish I had a better answer. Okay, DOS Pips, back to your other question. The tab in the window that says Healthcare versus Healthcare, is that title user definable? Okay, let me pull that screenshot back up for you. Okay, so you're talking about this guy right here. Okay. Well, notice all of these. If this is consumer staples, this is just consumer staples advancers versus consumer staples um, decliners. And since it's kind of slow right now, I tell you what, I can just go ahead and let me pull up this window live because it is a container mechanism or a containerized window. So it's not going to get rid of my layout here. But let me show you what this thing looks like in real time as opposed to just looking at a screenshot here. So this is the window right here, sector with compare counts. Okay, so let's use the healthcare as an example. Obviously these are all the stocks in the XLV ETF that it's tracking. So on the same theme, if I right click into the compare count window, hit configure, you're going to notice all I have checked off here, I just want to see any stock in this sector hitting a high. No filtering necessary since it's only looking at that sector and there's only a certain number of stocks in there. And then show me the stocks hitting lows. The catch is this, in the symbol list, it's only looking at that sector. So if we scroll down here, you can see this window, this specific compare count window, both in the stocks hitting highs, green side, stocks hitting lows, red side, they're both pointed to the healthcare. That way we get a customized count just for the specific sector. Over here on the high side, you'll see it's only looking at healthcare. So the answer to your question, yes, these compare count windows are user definable along with the names because that is just taking the name of this one, which is consumer staples to the upside and consumer staples to the downside. So hopefully that makes sense there. Okay, Debbie, I was just reading your question. And just for the record, it's Jamie today. Andy's tomorrow. Actually, Barry thought it was Friday today, too. He thought it was Andy today. Now, I know mine and Andy's voice sound very similar, so it's easy to get confused. You know how to change the color of a column, but not the window. Oh, okay. All right, so you already got that one answered, Deb. That it references to create the title. Well, that's user defined, DOS. So in the compare count window here, whatever you have in the green data side, like if I click configure here and I go to summary, that's just what I named it. I'm like, this is consumer staples, right? But you can put anything that you want in the strategy name, and then it would show up at the top of that compare count, what it's comparing. So it is user defined, whatever you put in there, DOS pips. Right, it's keeping, what you were saying about not displaying the symbol, correct. Healthcare right now, you can see CERN is currently hitting a low. If we come over here and take a look at the chart, it just popped a new low, right? This is where the compare count window, you're just going to see as stocks in this universe that this compare count is watching. Anytime a stock hits a high or a low, it's going to cycle through in this little old style scrolling type ticker here. For example, materials, ALB and CE, just now topping out at highs, as you can see there. But that's the only time a symbol is going to show up in a compare count window is along the bottom here as they are triggered. Correct. Within each respective sector. So as you can see, I just restarted this layout and it's pretty slow moving, right? Not a lot of things scrolling. Campbell Soup hitting a low. Breaking that 10 period there. And, no big surprise there. These, more consumer type staples, Campbell Soup, You know, I always joke a lot about Smucker's Jelly, SJM. You know, when and if the market ever does turn, a lot of these stocks become the upside darlings. Of course, Smucker's has already been performing quite well. But as you can see, the correlation in today's action, we got Campbell's Soup dipping below its 10 period. So if we don't get a reversal and a close above that 10 period, then Campbell's Soup could have some more downside to it. Consequently, Jelly doing the same thing. If we don't get that close above that 10 period, we may have a little bit of downside to endure here, which, you know, if the market is strong tomorrow, I'm definitely going to be watching these guys for a little downside action to, you know, this area that could act as potential support. And you get the added benefit of the 20 period coming into play too. Let's see how close it is on Campbell's as well. And we get the same type of action here. Might be a little bit more room in Soup than Jelly right now. Interesting. Interesting. Hey guys, give me a second. Somebody just knocked on my door and almost jumped out of my skin, but let me see if it's a package. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, a heavy-handed FedEx guy. What is Amazon doing here? Speaking of Amazon, what do we top out? 37-ish. Nice little haircut for Amazon. All right, just seeing if we can. Yeah, Smucker's Jelly. Used to trade this one a whole lot back in the olden times, back before the markets changed. That's true. I thought you were just saying look at Amazon stock for a second there, but no, that was not an Amazon delivery. That I had the unexpected pleasure of hearing my text message go off in the wee hours of the morning yesterday morning, saying that I just spent $1,000 somewhere. I'm like, well, wasn't me, so I had to go through the whole credit card fraud thing, and got to hand it to Capital One. I said, FedEx me a new card yesterday, and that was it just now. So, praises. All right, so let me get rid of this compare count window. It's slowing me down just a tad here. Does Trade Ideas have a way to sort out stocks by their peg? Man, it's been a long time since I heard that term. You're talking about the peg ratio? Iris? Because if that is what you're referring to, that's the filter right there. You know, since I'm an old head, when I think of peg, it makes me think of pegging the bid, which is not a method anymore. Yeah, so here we have the peg ratio. Now, got to be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever really used this filter, but let's just kind of explore the settings here. Let me just duplicate this guy so we can add it as a column. What do you got in mind there, Iris? Do you have any specific minimum maximum setting that you'd like to apply here? Yeah, we can give it a shot. Oh, DOS, the containerized window with all the sectors and the compare counts, it just hogs up a lot of resources. So typically after the first 15 minutes, I just shut that big window down so it doesn't hog up my resources on my computer so much. And keep in mind, my computer is, I think, in its 5th year, so it's an older machine. It's going to be time to upgrade pretty soon. Well, if you don't know what the peg should be, then yeah, we could take stabs at randomness, or we could do something like this with an alert window. Let's do this. I'll just blank out an alert window from scratch, and we'll see what we'll go on a little Easter egg peg hunt here and see what we can find. I tell you what, I don't have to blank this one out, but we'll just say, okay, it had to have done 100,000 shares today. Let's give it a 300 max, $5 min. We'll leave the distance from inside market intact. Zenavata, we do not have a Trade Ideas Discord channel. Now, when you say high volume, Iris, are you talking about on the relative scale? Because if so, we could just say, okay, where'd it go? There, right in front of me. If it was a snake, I'd be dead. Okay, so we'll just put 2 in there for relative volume right now. Right, Deb. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to do a little back testing to see if anything jumps out when we go look at the peg filter. Now, Iris, is this for intraday stuff, right? For scalping type stuff, I would assume. Now, I have no idea what might be the best alert for this, so right now we're just going to leave new high in there. Let me just review these filters real quick here. All right, so just a nice, simple filter set. Yeah, DOS pips. All of the data does get calculated and crunched at our server farm. Then we just push the results out to you guys. Don't ask me what the technical reason is that that window slows down my system. I just think because it's an older system and you got a lot of action in those windows. A lot of scrolling down, down on the bottom of the borders. Okay, so let's give this a little intraday back test. If you have a newer machine, you might not notice any slowdown. But we do have a thin client for the record. All right, so let's just sit out the first 15 minutes. And we'll just see what we can find on a intraday hourly hold time. We won't even worry about a stop loss or a profit target. We'll backtest 40 days. Of course, I don't expect to see anything magical here. We just want to get some data to look at so we can go to the optimization tab and see if there's any correlation with the peg setting. All right, so, didn't expect to see anything great there. We go to other filters and hopefully peg ratio. I'd say the increment is a little too large there. How about we look in increments of 2 and a little too spread out. Okay. At first glance, looking at increments of 5, it appears to just be telling me that all of these stay away from all of these guys, right? But I'm not seeing a whole lot of clumps of green anywhere. It seems to be pretty random. Yeah, see the majority of the trades are showing up down here, and then we got a nice big patch here, but it's just not working, right? But that leads me to the next thing. Well, maybe we're thinking about this in the wrong capacity. Maybe it's a better intraday short. We go back and look at those peg values. Maybe those clumps of losing turn into clumps of winning. Okay, well, we can see, well, too big of increments again. And it looks like, okay, we do have a large group of winning trades here, but the stats aren't that astronomical. Let's chop it up a little bit more. Okay, interesting. So when we get down into this swath of activity here, we do have some interesting things to take a peek at here. But those are some pretty fat peg numbers. But let's just see what happens. If we set min to -15, and we set max, say 1999. And then we give it another spin here. $53. Looks like we're not going to really improve the win rate that much. We were originally at 53.1. We eked it up a little bit here. Spread between average winner and loser decreased. Interesting. What does daily look like? Let's go back though and see, maybe we're able to zero in a little bit more now. Okay, interesting. Okay. Well, there's definitely some lopping that we can do here. I'm kind of focusing on these bigger earnings swaths right here. So I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to use a min of 4, -4. And we're going to kill it here. Max of 199. And now, try it out one more time. That is correct, DOS Pips. What you're seeing me use right now is the odds maker, which is the backtesting tool. Okay, this seems like we're kind of going backwards here. You know, ironically enough, and we didn't really drop that many trades there. So I tell you what, now if we just leave peg alone, maybe check out some other things here, which 15-minute RSI, not really showing me a whole lot, not a whole lot of optimization to be done here. We got some really good percentages up here, but no performance. So as far as devising anything, you know, nothing's standing out for the back test regarding the peg. It is usable in the software. Just thought we'd come here and take a little peek, see if anything stuck out as far as optimizing by that filter, but apparently not. A lot of the times 15-minute RSI on other strategies can help us tighten this thing up, but not with this one. Now we could get super specific, like I could take this high wind level right here and crimp the RSI down, and we'd have a much smaller universe to look at, and that may or may not help us. But before I abandon the idea, let's just see if that did anything. Make sure it's in there. Okay. And no dice there. Hey, if that big red bar wasn't in there, this might look pretty decent, you know. So what you kind of want your back test to look like. Some more green days than losing days. But that guy kind of ruins the party right there. Actually, with a high win rate, you don't need that big of a spread. Those are some pretty respectable numbers for projected monthly and annual, but like I said, with that guy in there, kind of throws a wrench into the gears. Lonesome Dove, hello to you as well. Ooh, a double inside bar? Yeah, I don't... As far as inside bars on daily... I've never tried to do a double inside bar. I think... daily insides, but I'm kind of stumped as far as a double inside. Because let's see, DWAC, yeah, good example. Okay, so currently we're inside of the previous candle, right? So low of 77.36, today 77.75. So we got an inside candle working here. So would that mean the next tomorrow, if the candle is inside here, inside of today's candle? Yeah, so for example, DWAC, currently we're inside of yesterday's candle. So I would use this list to develop a watch list for tomorrow, okay? And then if DWAC closes tomorrow inside this candle, if I'm understanding properly, that would fit your criteria. Consecutive inside candles. So inside today, then tomorrow, that one would have to be inside today's candle, yes? Is that right, Lonesome? Because if that's right, all I got to do is give you this window here, and you can start tracking those things. PNFP, currently inside. If tomorrow is inside of today, then that would fit your criteria. Now this one's got some pretty... Oh yeah, there's customs in here, I think. Okay, so in order to get that daily inside candle, we had to use custom filters here. So I'm going to have to dig those out. So give me a second here. Now let me go back and I'll drop the custom formulas into the chat and the cloud link. Let me see, U70 and U71. Okay. Well, so this guy here. So the U70 setting here, U70 is just going to have a 0 in the min. U70, 0 min value. Okay, and here is the formula to create U70. All right, now we're going to go get U71, and that's just going to be a negative, and U70 is going to be low comp. And U71 will be max value equal -1. And let me get that for you. And here's the custom formula for that one. And U71 is high comp. Yeah, the custom formula editor has a user's manual. And now you can access our user guide. And it's real easy to hit the full table of contents over here and find, let's see, formula editor. Where are we going here? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to drop this link in here. That way you can read up on all the custom formula stuff. Hit that little link down there for the guide, and it'll give you all the specs that you're looking for there. Let me just make sure here. See, down here it'll show you the directions on how to get to you know, all the use, the syntax, what the custom formula, the in-house custom formulas are, so you can grab them, play around with them, manipulate them. Correct, Lonesome. So what you do, if we want to create, you know, a custom formula, you know, we just added this to the client. You used to have to go to the website, right? So these are your available prefixes that you haven't used. because I've been such a long time user, you can see all the custom formulas that I currently have in here, right? So once you select a new thing to use, then you would just insert the formula into the source area here and hit save. Correct. Those are the custom formulas that you're going to need to insert into this window, because I haven't dropped the cloud link yet. But you'll notice when you pull up this cloud link, okay, now if you load the cloud link for Daily Inside Candle and then you hit right click configure, what you're going to notice is min-max price is going to be in there, average daily volume is going to be in there, but these guys won't be resident until you insert them via the custom formula editor, and then you'll have to go in and put -1 in the high and 0 in the low. Are you talking about the user guide for the Debbie, the can you link to the field list without going to the website? As far as the custom formulas go? Is that what you're asking? If so, tools, formula editor. What I was saying is you used to have to go to the website to do your custom formulas, but now we've imported that tech into the actual client, so it's a lot easier. At present, I am not, Elijah. Wow, this hour just kind of flew by. We got about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Yeah, give me a second here, Deb. Okay, if you want to go old school, here's the link right here to this page. Okay, and notice we're at the formula editor. I'm not logged in right now. Always keep in mind, if you log in to the website, it's going to disconnect you from the client. All right, so keep that in mind. And if you want everything, just hit the PDF there, get the formula editor overview, you know, all the respectable formulas, everything you need to know about customization. Okay, so when you cruise down here in this document, if you click pre-existing formulas, then here you're going to see all the filters and their respective formulas, right? So this is the specific filter codes here. So hopefully that's what you're looking for there. And if you've never used customs, I mean, it can be a little confusing at first, but once you get in there and read up, try a few out, it's just about adding them together, multiplying some of them, dividing them, things of that nature. Colors on the AI. When it shows up as green on the AI, what does that mean? Example, PBR not showing green, but others long showing green. Okay, well, let's just take a look here. PBR. Now, if you're PBR, now what part is not showing green that you're looking at here? So PBR, if we take a look at the chart here, about 2 hours and 15 minutes in, the AI said, I'm buying some PBR right here, right there, in this candle right here at 1280. Now, of course, it's up at 1291 right now. And so it's 11 cents in the money. It's moved up 11 cents since this 1280 entry. And, of course, it's currently green. So I'm not sure what you meant by PBR isn't green. Maybe it wasn't earlier, but for the past for the past hour, it's been green. It's just not green by a whole lot. So Pamela, let me know if I need to expound on that. But as far as I can see, PBR is green currently. Now, when a stock is out of the money, like this little guy here, Bison, we can see the AI bought it way up here at 13.97. The stock is currently at 13.93, so it is currently the only one in the red right now. It's 4 cents out of the money. All these other ones are in the money. Casper's only in the money by a penny, a nickel on the AMH, but currently Bison is the only position that is out of the money by 4 cents on the AI blotter. Alrighty, Barry should be coming back in about a minute. So thanks for all the questions. Always a pleasure. Hope everybody's having a nice green day. Check out Piton. Oof. Oof. Talk about a range break. Look at that thing. Just meandering along as soon as we break that level right there. 31.32 down to 26.58. Does not surprise me because Peloton had its day in the sun. But obviously they're in trouble. Dropping the prices on their bikes. Now they're upcharging the people that have this subscription. So, you know, I'm no fundamental analyst, but it seems like the writing's been on the wall for Peloton for a while. Clearly, price is showing us that after that big gap down. But boy, just the stairway to the abyss with a big move just now. And no big surprise, Peloton was just halted and it just resumed less than about 5 minutes ago. All right, just touch base with Mr. Barry here real quick. Yeah, no surprise, no surprise. The writing's been on the wall for a long time. Talk about a fad that fizzled out pretty quick as far as the pandemic stocks go. I think we'll all look back at Peloton as one of the ones that flamed out the worst. And a lot of copycats out there too, whether it's a bike or a treadmill. So it'll be interesting to see if that filters through the rest of that industry. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Barry to come back, if anybody else has any last minute questions, feel free. All right, Barry tells me he is back in. Thanks everybody for attending. Hope you guys are having a green day, and we'll see everybody tomorrow. Bye for now.
Probably not a worse press release you can imagine. Stopping production because of poor demand. Wow. No, they're honest. Whoa, and it just continues down. Yes. When did that happen? I must have been on. No, just as I was. At 12:45, so just as I was on my break, this was all happening. Wow. And yes, just got halted again. Now we're, well, almost at an all-time low. Now it's 4% above. There's the all-time low is down here, right around, it's probably about around 17, 1650 to 17. Lots of shorts, 3.7 million at Interactive Brokers. That was an expensive lunch I had. Usually I'm just sitting at my computer, but I did wander away for a bit. Yeah, there's the AFRM. So why is AFRM trading down? Is it a sympathy play with Peloton for some reason? I don't know the link. There are partners? Okay, thank you. Ah, Devin. Okay, let's see if I can remember. Okay, so there's a gear here. So Devin, you can see me, and you see me, or you can see my screen. There's a gear here, and if you click on that gear, between the color palette and the sound icon, there's a detached screen or detached chat. Okay, can you see that? So you click on the gear, and this opens up this little message box down here, and between the color palette and the sound icon, there is the detached chat. Okay? You can click on this link to get into the what I call the main room. Okay, there's a lot more activity in the main trading room. All right, here is the link. Well, yeah, let's take a look at all the other ones, guys. I mean, Nautilus is being hit too, NLS. I almost bought one of those units about 2 years ago. All right, what is the market doing? Okay, so now the market's putting in, let's see, what time is it? Yeah, it's 30 minutes now of a downturn. I'm sorry, that's the 1245 candle, so that's the new candle. So market's, just weakening a little bit. Peloton dragging the market down. MGI never really fell. Not much. I mean, it fell, but not much. MGI is still pretty good here. Let's take a look left on the monthly. The monthly is 932 is the next high looking left. After that, we've got 1061. You've been talking about VFC, VFC. I know why. So yeah, it's just a price range. I don't have that price range, but yeah, excellent. And that's what it's all about, guys. I mean, you pick a price range you like. I mean, I think what did I put it at? I topped it at 35 or something? 50. Oh, I actually had it up to 50. But this is obviously 67, so not going to show up. Well, I can hear wow, wow, wow over and over and over again. So here's another one, guys. Campers. I mean, outdoor camping world. I don't know if this is CWH. I mean, a lot of these leisure type stocks are just getting hammered now. CWH. Of course, Peloton came out of its halt. Whew, man, oh man. So how's CWH doing? Next low looking left on that weekly chart is over here. So that's about a year ago. About a year ago. So it's that year ago high lows for CWH. Yeah, it's also a bounce. So you've got your choice. It's also a bounce play on the scan. On the other scan. The breaking down in volume, yes, but it's also a bounce play. Okay. I wonder who actually released this. Is Peloton themselves, or did that just get leaked out? How to destroy a share price. Okay, guys, let's see. Let's see. Well, a little bit of a bounce. I think, Zach, you said you're out of it, so a little bit of a bounce for it. Now it's halted on the way up. Terry, you are a real. Oh, man. Trader does never build itself as having the up to date, absolute breaking news. Okay, you want to pay for Benzinga doing that, $100, $150 a month. Fine. I'm noticing that IB had it at if you have IB, that's what I'm saying. Love IB's news. Fast Johnny, I have no idea. I mean, it should be a simple login procedure. You just you have your email, you create a username and a password, and that's it. I don't know. I'll give you the link again. Ooh. Okay, guys, I am I'm gonna have to reload or something on YouTube. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, but it's your whatever, Terry. You know that whatever. Like code word. Oh, guys, can you guys hear me on YouTube? I've had a connection issue. No, I can't do this. Just a second. You pop out the chat. All right. Hopefully, I don't have an echo now. Okay, I don't have my echo. Okay. No, I do have an echo. Jeez. I can't do this in YouTube right now, guys. All right, I may be back without an echo. Yeah, for you guys it might not sound, but I had an echo. Okay, guys, I think I'm back. So averted. No, I know there's no echo for you guys. It's an echo on my end. All right, so Fast Johnny, I just posted the link in to get into the trading room. I don't know why you're having an issue. I just posted the link in. You have to go to our website and traders room, and if you still have an issue, I'll have to send you to our homepage because I have no idea why you'd have an issue. So if you're still having an issue, go to our homepage and start a live chat with somebody technically, and they may be able to help you, but I don't understand why you would have a problem. And Peloton just resumed any sort of a bounce. Modest. Well, when this news gets circulated even more and more, I mean, this is it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen with this one tomorrow. Yeah, it's hard for me to believe that the company would have leaked that out. AMH, another one in the. Well, that is sitting right at the 200-day moving average, 39.76, 39.78. Blame Peloton, Zen. So this one's sitting right on the 200-day moving average, Shady. I know you're saying this one could be interesting as a short. All right, so the company's announced a public offering of 20 million shares. So we just don't know the offering price. Just looking at the headline, I don't see the offering price for it. Was it? No, short. Okay, I see it right now. Well, I'm not going to say this looks good for a long or anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm not looking at anything specifically. MGI is holding, I think. Yeah, MGI is holding, guys. I mean, this is holding well. The next high looking left. So I mean, look. I mean, if it could take out 932, which is the next high looking left, then you've got 1061. So maybe put a price alert at 1032 and see if it takes it out on some volume. No guarantee, of course, that even if it takes it out on volume, that it's going to continue, but that's an idea, I suppose. DWAC may not be dead yet. DWAC, little pattern here in the 2-minute chart. I've got an alert set up here around 85. Now this is a wild and woolly one, so I don't. I'm just going to have to bring it up though. EH. Had the news this morning. Had the big pop when the market opened. Is that correct? Yeah. So the market opened all the way up to 1880. Fell back to 17 something, and trying to crawl up again. They did have some news, something about 50 of their devices being bought by. I'm going to say a Japanese airliner or something to do with Japan anyway. Well, here's even Nautilus trying to have a little bit of a pop here, falling on the Peloton news. Any exercise at home, but they hadn't done that well anyway. I mean, look what they got up to 31 a few months ago, about a year ago, and 31 down to 5. CWH? Nah, but I think it's just the overall sector, William, right? I mean, Nautilus. But look at Nautilus. I mean, before the pandemic, before the pandemic, this is what they were. Here's our pandemic. Here's our pandemic move. March right here. Here's our pandemic move. Before that, even before the pandemic, this stock was in the tank. Well, that's interesting news for Sava. Hasn't affected it yet. Well, again, CWH is not paused. CWH is straight down. Again, it's they have nothing specifically to do with Peloton, but leisure. I mean, you wouldn't think anything, but I mean, it seems to be mirroring the Peloton drop. Well, here's an UNFI, guys. UNFI, importantly, through the 200-day moving average. 40.50 is the 200-day moving average. So it's through it now. And looking left on the weekly chart, the next low is 37.25. So it's got some room. What about a dollar? 230 to the next low. Looking left on the weekly chart. I love it when somebody says a quick question. A quick question can only be answered yes or no. So, excuse me, give me your quick question. I'm just teasing you. All right. You're right. You did not say a quick, it would require a quick answer. You're right. All right, guys. Unfi looking interesting. I mean, through that 200-day, that's pretty important. It's trading 2.8 times normal. Not a high float. Meanwhile, CWH continues to move down. Continues. CWH. The Unfi doesn't have a lot of activity right now. Well, this must be a long question because I still don't see it. A. All right, guys. In this Unfi short, it's not super dynamic, but I'm in this Unfi short, about a 46, 39, 46. So see if it moves down. It's super dynamic, but we'll see. And it's UNFI. So we've got to see. I mean, again, the key thing is that it broke down through the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's so widely followed. And then the next low is over here on the weekly chart. Should be about the same. Why doesn't it show up? Yeah, so 37.25. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's 37.25. So it's got some room, got a couple of dollars. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that would be a pretty good support level for Rumpy if you were taking this short. All right, MGI just broke out a little bit here. Was it on volume? No, not yet anyway. No volume, guys. No volume. Okay, guys, Dak, take all that off topic. You know better. Everything, unless it's specific to stocks, take it off topic, please. Mr. Real, hibernating. Is there a way to add QQQ volume? Well, I don't know what you. Well, if I type in QQQ, I get 40 million. So when you say add it, I'm not sure. No, I don't know what you mean. I mean, it's readily available, if that's what you mean. Am I not understanding? Well, there's no volume. Yeah, no volume. I mean, unless you get, for me, I mean, I would never take this unless I had a volume burst. But look, there's no volume coming in. There's the 5-minute chart. There's a 2-minute chart. You know, yeah, it's peaking right here. But unless you get a big volume burst through this level, and again, I always say it like this: it's not the actual volume. It's in relation to the candles previous. So unless you see something that is really standing out, I wouldn't be touching it. Doesn't mean it won't move, but I'd rather have some confirmation. And if it moves on no volume without me, so be it. So AAA, did that answer your question? That's funny. All right, Umphy, what are you going to do here? Again, I'm always a little skeptical about it breaking a whole number, but easily breaking a whole number. And market. So 4 hours, 1 hour now, guys, in a downturn. What's the time? 1:36. So this still has 9 minutes to close, but flattening out a little bit. So we had 45 minutes of a market drift down. Funny reel. Man, too bad this is just before I went on my break, or as I was going on my break, this downturn for Globe, right at, actually right here, right there at noon. I mentioned this one, I think, just before I went on my break, saying, guys, it's looking weak. This is the one I was going to short in the pre-market. It just didn't quite set up for me. And of course, glad I didn't, because then it took that pop-up. Well, there's MGI. Is there volume? Again, not really. I mean, not really. You'd like to see at least a 5 minute, like something like that at least. Again, it may just continue to move higher on little volume, but I usually shy away from that. The bots have been silent today regarding BBIG. Haven't seen anything about BBIG. Still no volume though, not really. I mean, there's a little bit of volume here, compared to the 15 minutes, but still nothing. I think you need something that looks like this, right here, that 1245, in order to get it rolling. That's his bounce play. His bounce play is real. Bounce plays. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing anything dramatic. This is some strange designation. It's not going to show up. MFA, what is MFA? Maybe MFA? Okay, as it inches its way down, nothing super dynamic, but well, obviously the key getting along this one would be to take out these two highs right there, 27.28, if you're so inclined. There's the high, I think 27. Well, it's 27.20 and 27.21. So you stick an alert there, taking out the highs of these two 15-minute candles. Maybe it'll have another little pop. Nothing's common Zen. I don't even look at it that way. I mean, markets always move faster in the first hour. I mean, I guess you could say there's maybe a mini slowdown between 12 and 1, but machines take over. It's not like have to worry about traders going on lunch break or anything like that. All right, guys, today is Thursday, so I will be in a marketing meeting today. All right, well, there's the Peloton taking that little area or getting into that area. For those looking to maybe get long after it's taken out this. Again, that's not a recommendation, just pointing out an area. Another bounce play from Zach, HLGN. Lifetime, basically a lifetime low, trying to bounce off that lifetime low. But, you got to wait. I don't even know. Okay, D-Whack. Let's take a look at where the VWAP is. I didn't even check to see where the VWAP was for Peloton. Yeah, so I mean that triggered, but did not take it out. What is it? 2741. So what did it get to? 2729. So it just almost got to the VWAP, and then it came right back down. Still a little bit indecision where it's going. All right, guys. Well, I scalped a little bit of the unfee. Just wasn't dynamic enough. A little scalp on the unfee. I'll keep an eye on it later, but I got down to what, 39.19 or 39.22. It was in that short of 39.46. Got out in the 30s. All right, guys. Not much I'm seeing right now. No new alerts for a bit. All right. I wanted to take this out. Okay, so look at the LAZR. Okay, I want to demonstrate what you're seeing here. It's pretty good actually. So this was in the simulator. Okay, I took this in the simulator, demonstrating how you can take a trade in the simulator. Ooh, EVTL. EVTL is on the move here, guys. This is this crazy one. Hit 18 it looks like about 3 weeks ago. But anyway, what I wanted to show you here. So look at this. Close P&L, today's profit, max P&L. This is for LAZR, okay? Now, rarely, what this means is that when I got out of this trade, I exited at 1650. This is in the simulator. That was literally at the high. I mean, that doesn't happen that often. So, I mean, that's wonderful. You can get out of a trade right at the absolute high when you're in the trade. And look what's happened since then. Since I exited this trade, it's down 69 cents, which is exactly what you want to see. So this is why I like to have these columns up here. This gives me a bit of a gauge to show me how good are my exits. So again, this was in the simulator. Is a great demonstration. Which I always say it like this though, what you don't want to see is a max P&L of say 200, and then when you get out, maybe you've made $10 or even worse, a loss. That would show you that your exits are not that good. That's why you can practice, okay? Other thing you can do here is you can practice swing trading. You can practice swing trading. If I hadn't exited this trade today, then it would carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using this simulation real-time trading vehicle that we've got for you. So this one I don't think is, well, I don't know. I can't remember if this was shortable this day here. EVTL, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but just out of interest. Well, guys, I mean, MGI, it is inching up. And okay, a little bit of volume showing up here in the 2 minute chart. You can kind of see it. 2 minute chart, some volume. Still nothing huge on the 5 minute chart. I'm really watching this DWAC for another 85 break, DWAC. I don't know what it is. I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. Gartley. There are so many indicators out there with all sorts of names. Well, guys, I mean, MGI is moving. I mean, I did not take it, but now you see now the volume is really starting to increase, and there's the volume coming in now on the 5 minute. And the market has leveled off now. The market has leveled off. Well, look at the SPY consolidating or whatever. I mean, it's just I used leveling off, but look at the SPY on the 15-minute chart. See how it's just kind of not doing too much. Some topping tails, bottoming tails. On this, it looks like it's just leveling off, not moving in either direction yet. That's what I. That's that's not a technical term. So what Real is referring to, there's an orange line on my 5-minute MGI chart, and you can see the 5-minute there on the 5-minute chart. You can see the 5-minute candle sitting right on top of it, sort of pushed off it. I'm sorry, that's on the 5-minute. It's a 15-minute too, but I guess I'm sorry, I was looking at the 5-minute. 30-second time frame. Come on, Dak. Do you really use a 30-second chart? All right, guys. At let's see, it's 1:46 now, so I'll be taking my not my break. I'll be joining this marketing meeting in about 3 minutes. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Yeah, just kind of stuck here. Look at the 5-minute chart for Peloton. You've got we're at 26 and 27. So just kind of stuck between 26 and 27 right now. Ah, there's a little bot. Not a BBIG bot, but a little bot poking its head into our YouTube channel. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, everybody, I'm back. And let me get my music going. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, guys, so it is now, what, 2:43, so again, I'll keep the room open until 3:30. I'll be putting myself on mute at about 3. Always here, though. I'll hop on the mic if I have to. And as always, before I leave, just a quick recap of what's on my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, again, click on that link, and this is what you're going to see. Here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry 4 Alpha is your promo code 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. 3 free sections. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have here. Just highlight a little in a little more detail what we have. So we have this comprehensive user guide. For those of you who don't know and are already subscribers, though you can take a look at this, you don't have to be a subscriber. It's all broken down into sections and also a searchable, normally you see it over here, a searchable table of contents. Introductory lessons, again, if you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. That's the first thing I would do. Take a look at this. What is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to the AI and backtesting and Brokerage Plus. Daily support, so from 12 to noon, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And also Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. So when I shut the main room down, I'll put the link in to get over to YouTube if you want to. And daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, all nice little course put together by Michael Noss. Starts off with what is a stock. So if you're really looking for something to get into trading and some of the ideas about how to trade and looking at candlesticks and support and resistance, etc., this is a great little video series, and it's free. And if you want my scans, obviously you have to be a subscriber. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. These are the four, get this a lot now. These are the four I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared. These are real-time alerts using the pre-market highs and lows. And this is what I really use though. I mean, this is okay to have, but these two, the pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down in top list format where I can search on the different columns or sort on the different columns. This is what I really use in the pre-market just to get kind of ready for when the market opens. So lots of information here just in these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at them anytime you want. Untree had to do this. I would have loved for, this is the short I was in. It ended up just kind of being a bit of a scalp short, but you know, without that little jog up here, I'd still be in this from 39.46 and was waiting to see if it could take out 39, but got out of, you know, when it started making that move, I got out of the trade for a small gain. Give me a moment here. BFRH, it was halted and then it was resumed. Yes, didn't do that well. Got halted at, well, it got halted. Wow, it got halted a few times. This got halted a few times. Man, oh man. I'm just looking here. Here's my halts resumes. So it, yep, there's Peloton, guys. Peloton breaking now. I think Real was talking about shorting this underneath 26 for Peloton, PTON. So the first halt for this BFRH was right here. Unhalted or resumed and ran up. Man, that was a... Announces an uplisting to NASDAQ. To the NASDAQ Capital, sorry. NASDAQ... What is it now? It says trading... Well, that's today. That happened today, so this is not new news. This was this morning. Super delayed reaction. Because this was this morning that this was released. And really, no action whatsoever until... Maybe it started trading as being... I don't know what was happening here. I mean, it's hard to tell. But it uplisted and then all of a sudden it just exploded. Meanwhile, the nice day we had, not turning in to as nice a day. Notice here, we had that 45 minutes down, a little bit of a rest, and now another hour down. We're still up for the day, you know, the Dow and the Nas and SPY, but not slowly, this is sinking pretty rapidly. Man, so MGI really it had a nice pop, not a bad pop from 9:30 to 9:58. I mean, if you got in right at 9:30 and got right out at 9:58, it's not bad. But it really didn't keep motoring. There was some volume that came in on that 15. You can see it. That's what popped it, and then it just dried up. Does the magic 8 ball say sub 8? Or sub 9, you mean? Well, there's a level. Obviously, there's the big level for it right here. I mean, you can see on the 15-minute chart, lots of, looks like pretty decent support around 9. Takes that out, and then, yeah, look out. I'll be long gone. Meanwhile, CWH just made another new low. After a little bit of a pull up here, but another new low for CWH. Boy, it's going to be so interesting to see Peloton tomorrow. Unfi, why did you have to have that little jog up on me? Right here. Would have been fantastic to still be in this short and then eagerly anticipating to see whether it was going to take out 39. DATS is not over yet. There's some volume that came into DATS, DATS. So what do we see here? Next high looking left, 408 was 408. The next high looks like 429. I mean, it had some news in the pre-market. Can't remember what it was. Some kind of an acquisition, crypto. Didn't really pay too much attention to it. I guess I should have paid a little more attention to it. But remember, we saw this here. So it was already up to 361. Didn't Lumen have some kind of a $1 billion order? 11-year, $1.2 billion order? Didn't help it at all. Not yet, anyway. LUMN I'm talking about. Yeah, kind of greeted with a big yawn. I mean, the initial reaction got up to 1270, and then market opened, and little mild reaction up, but we're in a different market, guys. Typically, you see a headline like this, $1.2 billion. I mean, over 11 years, it's still a little over 100 million a year. Market doesn't care. One of the things is it's a big float too, 1 billion in the float. So imagine if there's had 5 million in the float, but it's got 1 billion in the float, so it takes a punch to move it. But it was already on a pretty big downtrend. All right, guys, I am just going to put my announcement here and about the room. And again, when I come back at just around 3:30 to close the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over to YouTube. Listen to Chris for an hour. He's there again Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. I think somebody, I think I read somebody went long CCXI. All right, Peloton. Yeah, great call by Real on the 26th break. Peloton, PTON now, under 25. Real and others. I'm sure it might have been others, but I recall Real saying something about our break under, I think it was 26. And I'm sure he's going to paste it in. Man, only four. Imagine this. I mean, this got up to what, $173? It's only now 4% above its lifetime low now. I knew there were others, but I do recall Reels. So what is the actual low here? 23.16. Well, if I'm still around and it takes out 23.16, it could be in complete, I mean, it's already somewhat free fall, but takes out that low. Meanwhile, the market, so Peloton dragged the market down. We can say that. I'm somewhat kidding, but what time did this start? At 12:45? And that was 12:45. Maybe I'm not kidding. And Zoom. $600, 158. Yeah, no more lockdown. All right, guys, it's 3 o'clock, so I think I'll shut down now. Again, I'm here. I'll hop on the mic if needed. Otherwise, I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, Eric, can you hear me? I see your question in at 305 anyway, about tech support. So I can't help you, but this is what I'm going to do. I mean, when I say I can't help you, I don't have the tech experience to help you. But just give me one moment. Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, Eric, can you hear me before I keep going? I'm going to type in, I'm going to give you our homepage, okay? And then start a discussion. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up. I'm also going to copy and paste this link into the support section so they know you're coming. So can you let me know if you can hear me? Eric, can you hear me? Well, maybe Eric can't hear me, so I'm not sure how I can help him. All right. Well, if he pops back in, I'll try to help him, but otherwise I'll put myself back on mute. You hear me eating, I guess. Sorry. Thank you, Alvy.
All right, got the video over. Let's see if audio is good. All right, perfect. Looks like we got a smooth transfer again today. All right, everybody, 3:30, late day Q&A session here for Trade Ideas, where you all can come and get all your burning questions answered here about the software, the platform, whether you are or are not a subscriber with us. So I do this as I don't come with any pre-done content. Let you all drive the content with your questions. Of course, if you all make me talk into the void, I'll dive around the market, some charts, some scans, some things like that, and do my best to keep it interesting. So, all right, we're giving me the silent treatment right off the bat here. So, market weakness continues. Let's take a look here. Last I looked, we were selling off again. Ooh, yeah. 450, that seems like a big deal in the SPY. Really, 457 was the number. That's my personal opinion. But you got big tech earnings on deck, so let's see what happens. That can't get a little recovery here, whole 5% off all-time highs, and everybody's ready to panic. Um, all right, just messaging a chat we were having about that level earlier. So take a look here at the SPY and what we've got, and there's your all-time highs. All-time closing highs. I'm not sure which one is which is going to be higher. They might be the same for all I know. But we're about 5% off of that. Well, probably like 5.5% off of that now. And that's a big level right there. And no coincidence, that's going to coincide with all this here. Well, I know you got a little pop up there. Those are pivot lines, are never exacts or approximations always. And we get through that. Date with 440 is very likely. I'm often reminded, for those that ever attend the 5 o'clock webinars, Steve, when he's with Jamie on Mondays, or doing the Trade a Week on Tuesday for those webinars, always talks about, big healthy pullbacks, send the troops to the showers, bust some charts up, things like that. And that's what we're getting right now, I think. Seems really reasonable. I think 10 years of buy the dip, so much conditioning. The only real test that we've had on the buy the dip, with the exception of COVID, was December of 2018, when the Fed talked about tightening and things like that, and then quickly stopped that chatter. So, we've had these, I'll call them micro pullbacks, little micro pullbacks here and here. So this one a little bit more than the last few. We'll see what it translates to. I mean, the overall trend, up, 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 and still two different markets. And while the RSP is also down today, it's not down like all the rest are. Just that simple. So, I would not hold. Yeah, I thought we were headed back down today. I've continued to just kind of sit idly by. No sense in putting on positions. What was that? DUST, right? You were talking about yesterday. I didn't even look what gold's done. I haven't even really been able to look at charts today. So nope, not really any recovery there as far as that goes. And so GLD, I have to imagine that's not looking wonderful either. Yep. So as far as I'm concerned, precious metals are suspect until otherwise proven. That's funny. Barry mentions that when that Peloton news came out, that's when the market really started to roll over. I'm sure that was not it, but just funny how that works. So this is one where everything's being dragged along with it. I don't think. Let's take a look at the sector list. Much as look at that. Well, even change from open though. We're going negative here on the tan. Wow, that's ugly. Wow, that is an ugly chart. Good lord, I hadn't looked at a tan chart in a minute. But kind of interesting. Now all of a sudden, K-Web, China, FXI, China. They've held their gap ups today. They've gone negative since the open. But held another nice gap here today for K-Web. And take a look at that on a 60-minute chart. And let's go back a little bit. So, like I was told many moons ago when I first decided this endeavor of trading, it's hard. That's all there is to it. It's hard. And every time you think it gets easy, it reminds you of how hard it is. I stopped out of one position for a loss yesterday, and I got stopped out of another on a trailing stop. It was, a manual trailing stop was one that I put in myself, in the sense that, I had levels that I just wasn't going to let it pull back from. So never fun. That's all. This K-Web chart still, Andy made a nice trade on it. He grabbed it down here the other day, and he's riding this still. Just a nice call by him. But, the overall trend of this is still really ugly. And in fact, look at this fractal pattern in this, as a matter of fact. So look at these, how this kind of goes like this with these lower highs. And look at how the daily chart really looks the same, especially recently here. And, these are not the same exact time frame here. So, you got 60 here and a daily here. This is going way back into the summer, and so same thing here in the summer, and you can really see it play out here. When you see those fractal patterns, I wouldn't be running to buy China. Although I'll say that, and then it'll probably gap up again tomorrow and hold it. So let's put that back on a 15-minute chart there. Let's see here. Interesting. Michael just puts up a chart here, of the RSP, highlighting a trend line here. And so we could draw one ourselves here, a more recent trend line. Let's do it like this. It's probably easier. Or not. Short-term trend line here. It seems like kind of a, that matters. We zoom in a bit. So, we'll see. We'll see. Technically, it broke here. But again, if you're not going by the CMT textbook, you can have the whoopsies. And look at a few other sectors and then maybe dive into a few other things here. Um, oh, I'm sure with the Qs specifically because it's market cap weighted. Um, so AAPL, that's going to be a big deal, right? Yeah. Um, Now, what's Amazon? Can never remember Amazon's symbol. There we go. There you go. Seems like a big deal right there. Facebook. I'll bet Facebook ain't looking too healthy right now. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. So yeah, right across the board. Now let's look at something a little different here. So General Mills still not looking, it's not taking the same beating, all right, as what we just looked at with the Nasdaq. Very interesting, all right. These kind of flights to safety. CLX, that's what I want. Whoa, Clorox getting crushed. That's interesting. That's not something I would have expected to see today. Another one here. Sherwin-Williams taking a drubbing here. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. So, kind of across the board with a lot of these things. Really nowhere to hide. Auto. What's auto? Auto web. That's interesting. Always going to be the alpha stock out there. Always going to be something. Very interesting. I would have to surmise they had news. Take a look at the time in sales. Well, I can't imagine Tesla is looking very healthy, right? Yeah, woof. That's a big level right here, holding $1,000. Because you break that, and there's not really much to prop you up, heading all the way back down below. Very interesting stuff. So we shall see. We shall see. The Fed talking about tapering and all these things like that, and we'll see what they're made of now. The last time we had any sort of major sell-off, or the last times, they changed, that hawkish tone real fast. So we'll see again what that all means. We talked about the VXX yesterday, and now we can see, now it's starting to matter a little bit. We came in and we really, just nothing, big move down, and all of a sudden really scooping up here. So, we start to move. You don't do technical analysis on VIX charts. Well, you can, but no, don't. My point being, though, is, the volatility hedge starts to come in a little bit more, that fear index. And we're looking at the highest levels in a couple of months again. So we'll see. Sector-wise, nowhere to hide today, though. Nowhere to hide. Even my darling energy getting drubbed. But with that said, there was definitely some alerts that worked out today. Let's see if anything came through here. So this was a grinder off of this alert here. All right, so this is Barry's scan where I changed the alert catalyst there instead of a new high on the day that crossed above resistance or crossed resistance. So kind of a grinder all day today. Not bad, all things considered. This is something weird because they got bought out or they didn't, and now they approved or something. So I kind of just stay away from this. Casper. See apron. Woof. But made a nice move off that alert. Made a very nice move off this alert, as a matter of fact. Let me take a shot of this here. So nice alert off of that apron. Again, these aren't things that I would typically trade, especially the way that they're moving on the market. Let's hit at 913, so this worked out well there. So not too shabby actually for all this. SoFi we talked about yesterday in the Twitter Spaces. I almost had I had an order set to buy yesterday, and then I started to load the stream up, and I said, let me get the stream started and I'll execute a buy, and I completely forgot, and then I saw it do this today, and I was beyond cursing myself. I'm not going to take it now. I would have liked to have got it yesterday and then sold some of this massive move that it made during the day today and then held the rest, but that was the plan. I forgot to execute it, got caught up starting this live stream, and well, as I like to say, there'll be another trade just as good at some point. I'll go ahead and, for those that want, I'll share that revised version of the scan I did on Barry there. Let me find it in my cloud here. Let's see. There we go. Share. So if anybody wants this, you're welcome to take it. And it'll be interesting because this option scan is done very well in earnings season, and we are in earnings season now, so I'm very curious to see how they compare with each other. Barry's version versus mine. And again, just a right click real quick. So in configure, all the filters are the same as Barry had it. What's different is this selected alerts I'm using a crossed above resistance where he used a new high. We are for now. We are for now, perfect circle. That's what it looks like anyways. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. We talk about trends and things like that, and the trend is your friend till it isn't. take a big picture of these things. And to be quite honest, it's been pretty much a moonshot up this whole thing, all right? We've broken this trend line a couple of times. And, more recently, look, 1, 2, 3, over these couple of years now, recovery, almost a couple of years anyways. We'll see what happens here. No different with this here. Now this has broken a lot more. It's also had a lot more exuberance. I mean, look at that move right there, and then a revision to the mean. And then, a nice march up again with that pullback, and then that big gap and coming back. So this has been a lot more choppy, I would say, than the SPY has been overall. I don't listen to anybody from market analysis, Perfect Circle. I a couple of people on Twitter I like to follow, but I don't take anything anyone says as complete gold. But I really like JC Peretz, All Star Charts. Any of the guys from All Star Charts, as a matter of fact, anybody there that's associated with JC's company, they're all pretty darn good. Let's see, the Vaughn TLT, the bond. We could look at the 20-year. What else could we look at? So there you go. Not looking too healthy in bond land either. Jeff Gunlock's been yapping a lot again on Twitter after being quiet for a while. What else? What else for bonds could we look at? TLT is what I kind of look at mostly. Let's see. LQD is one, maybe? Yeah, nothing, ain't nothing looking healthy. That AGG one, that was pretty atrocious right there. That's real bad. Kind of magnificent to watch actually right now, the SPY. Can't remember, oops. Can't remember the last time I saw it really do this on a 15-minute chart. I mean, look at that 15-minute chart. I mean, and accelerating too while we're at it. I'm gonna go ahead and, sorry, no need to have Trader Workstation open. My computer's working overtime. So I put a bunch of these inverse ETFs here today. So here's your semiconductor inverse ETF. That thing is ripping into the close here. SPXU. So these are other ways that you can play it, assuming you have trading permissions from your broker. You know, this is how I'll play things short moving forward if we start to move. And wow, what a spike into the close here for wow. So I just want to bring this over. Look at these compare count windows. There is no new highs. No new highs to discuss. Look at that. Move that back over. So, this might be a way, for people that are day traders, you have to be careful when you look at these inverse ETFs because of rebalance and things like that. Um, these are not things you just go ahead and hold overnight because you want to be short the market. Read up on them. Hmm. Do you know a 15-year ETF? I'll look up, see if I can find something here. Hmm. There's your high yield, actually. So apparently GME is on its death march. Oof. It breaks 100, that's over. I don't see how. I mean, it's over anyways, but neither here nor there. Um, and a cautionary tale, that's for sure. I have some friends that I grew up with, and they're all in construction and some things like that, and they decided they wanted to get into crypto trading and the meme stocks, and every one of them did real well for about 8 9 months or so, but they never took enough profits, and they didn't, they just didn't really know what they were doing. They just bought stuff because it was going up and it happened to work for a period of time. Every one of them is going back to every one of them's going back to their day jobs now. They're asking their bosses back for their jobs because they basically everything that they thought they were going to make, and all these, some of them were made an insane. and an insane amount of money last year. They gave it all back and then some. It's really incredible to watch someone make $100,000 trading stocks in a year, having never done it before, and then go on to lose $150,000 in half that amount of time afterwards. So quite a few of them I told, told them about, the software and the community that we have built around it. And if they really wanted to learn about trading, they laughed at me and they said, you're doing it the old way and that's, not the way the market is anymore. And like I said, every one of them back to work. Got a message from IB that I couldn't trade cold because they said Masters limited ship. No, yes, all those inverse things are for those leverage things are for day trading. They're day trading vehicles. Holding something like a VXX overnight or well, for example, the SOXS. That's a no-no. But as far as your question with your IB and the message they gave you, I'm not sure, Debbie, because I don't trade a ton of stuff like that. I've never had a big need to since I started trading. And when COVID, the big COVID crash happened, I really kind of sat on my hands for about a month and a half. I'd never seen anything like that, and the few times went to make any trades, I kept, I was on the wrong side, and when the market was making, these 1,000 point swings in a few hours, I was like, this is just not a good idea to be in. Talking about apron short overnight. Um, I don't know about anything overnight right now, to be honest, other than stuff that you're obviously long term, long term, long term. But I don't know. I don't see why Apron wouldn't continue back down. This never made sense to me. Once again, they don't make money. Um, from where it goes is to where it comes. But equated to the, I always like to go back to a lot of Steve analogies. The ball comes way up and then it bounces, but the bounce is less high, and then comes back down and the bounce is less high, and that kind of thing right there. So that's where my mind goes to. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. No, it's the same way. The same thing for me, Debbie. When I take any of those trades, they're always a day trade for me. But no, you're correct because with those retirement accounts, you can't short. So it gives you a way to play a weaker market. Let's say a safer side of the weaker market. I'm not sure that's necessarily safer because, but any of those leverage things, they're not something that anybody should mess around with if they really don't understand them and the fees that can get attached to those. So is it over? Oh yeah, market closed a couple of minutes ago. So little wick and dip at the end there for the SPY on that 15 or 5 minute chart, but I don't see how I don't see how you can't talk about a trend breaking here as far as the SPY goes at this point. Oh, Netflix. Oh wow, that is something. It's going to be an interesting earnings season. Earnings season's what kind of held us up a few quarters in a row. That is Very interesting here. We'll see what happens, but I mean, it's already beaten down. I mean, off that big run up that it had there. Take a bigger shot here on a weekly chart. So definitely worth noting. He had this super long range that was coiling and it exploded out of it. Just come right back down to that range. Very interesting when you put things on a bigger perspective. You know, this exploding here, and it comes down into this range here for so long before another move up. So when you start tying these blocks together, you know, we'll see. I'm teasing Michael right now, saying I just want to go on record that I called a top last week, and I never call tops. So, well, if we can't get some healthy corporate earnings here, might just be one more, you know, a death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing for the market. It'll be no one thing, it'll be everything that gets it finally. We're also, you know, in all realism, there was a period of time where bad news was good news. Let's see. Will the top list define the most oversold on a daily and weekly? Well, that's the thing, you know, what is oversold, what is, you know, overbought. You know, I read something the other day. Stocks that seem like they can't possibly go down any further continue to go down, and stocks that seem like they can't possibly go up anymore continue to go up. It's kind of the way it goes, and we could mess around with the scan. Why wouldn't we? We got some time here. We're just kind of kicking things around. No, um, no big things that we're going over. So I don't know. Let's look at. Let's go with the top list for this, I think, and put a $10 top on there, and we'll put no cap on the upper end here. And let's go with an RSI, since we're talking about oversold, and we'll go with a daily RSI. Well, the idea behind the Eagle Traders, the saying goes, never short in the hole. So, you know, for example, we take this Netflix chart here, all right, look how beat up it is. You know, do you want to short it after it's all the way down like this? You know, a revision to the mean, you know, seems likely in a bounce, and that's what you call a, you know, a bull trap or a bear trap, I'm sorry, where it's been heading down and all of a sudden you decide I'm going to get short because it's going to keep going. Boom, it makes a move up and then you're like, well, I got to cover, and then boom, it heads right back down again. So trapping those bears. Um, you know, when you see something like this, all right, so we've got that top out right there, and then we head down. We had this bounce right there. That's where you consider a short, all right, and then you can ride something down like that. Hindsight being that worked and it didn't continue like that. But the idea is you don't chase the move down, just like you wouldn't chase a move up. And while we're not anywhere near a bear market right now, bear markets can have some of the most violent moves up to really crush people. So, just always keep that in mind that, everything's been beaten and beaten and more bad news and more bad news. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get this massive 1 or 2 day rally that will just crush people that have been short or just recently got short, knock them out before turning right back over again. That's funny, Terry. I'm not sure. I didn't read the news on it, but I think that's the case for a lot of people with Netflix. I mean, I know my mom and I. My mom uses my account. I don't even, in all honesty, if I didn't have a daughter that watched some stuff on Netflix, I would probably have no streaming services whatsoever. Um, I really watch very little TV. So we're messing with an RSI with an over. So let's go with the max of let's go with 40 now on the max here. Let's find a position and range filter here. Um, I like my position in 20-day range. So let's say a max also here of 40. And what else do we want to look for? If anybody's got some thoughts here, just doing this for an exercise to mess around. Um, I'm gonna add a put call ratio here. Just curious. I'll call it as the pain over. And let's see, let's sort it by change from close percent and make it pretty. There we go. Let's put, hold on. Let's make these columns make a little more sense for what we're scanning for. Columns, let's get rid of change from close dollar. Let's get rid of relative volume. And I guess that'll do it. And let's add our daily RSI, and let's add our 20-day range, and let's add our put call ratio. Renaming my bio portfolio that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Perfect Circle. I know you've been watching those bios for a long time. Let's get rid of, I don't like that. Properties, graphical. There we go. So I mean, look at some of these things on a 20-day, minus 46% from its 20-day range. When does the bleeding stop? Camping World, look at that. Whoa, man, look at some of these. Stool president. How the mighty fall. But I'll tell you what, I know a couple of people that had bought this pen when it was at like $4 and $5, and they bought a buttload of it, and they certainly sold out before it got beyond crazy. But they did all right with that trade, to say the least. This I've got to have it 40 or below is what I put on here for the RSI there, Terry. Yeah, we'll tighten it up. Let's see what it looks like if we go with a let's go with the 30 RSI, 30 or below. Interesting. Peloton came off this? Huh. I wouldn't have thought that at all. Yeti, look at that. Looks like that vaccine is out of favor at the moment there, mRNA. Definitely some significant names on here. The Home Depot, HD, right? Yep. Wow. I guess people aren't doing home renovations all of a sudden. Very interesting stuff on this. And see some names that are rebounded today on this, though, or tried to rebound. Well, all things considered, look at something like this and it's an energy, and we know how well energy's performed, and the fact that this looks like this, not ideal. Let's see, is there anybody else? Who's this? Who are you, Burl? Burlington, that's what I thought it was going to be. And there's your retails. I just happened to see Burlington and the retails next to each other on that, so just wow. I mean, in some of these, to be honest, you look at this here and you're like, yeah, it's down, but like, where's the support on this? Or really, you start to break some of these levels, and there's a long way to drop. And just think, 6 weeks ago, well, I guess it wasn't 6 weeks ago. It's funny how time passes, but back here when this made this move, retail, I said, all right, well, retail's back to trying to lead the market again, or help lead the market after this long consolidation that was there. And looking back, that bouncing ball, where's it going to go now? So I'll go ahead and share this out with you. If anybody wants it, take it, make it their own. I mean, we didn't do anything crazy here, but add it to the arsenal of scans that exist. Yeah, we could tighten that more. What can we add here? Let's let's get a little harder on the put call ratio. Let's tighten this 20-day range up. Just see what happens. Definitely took some names off there. Nowhere safe. Whew. That is rough. casinos. And this is here, you talk about a grinder down and you see this, grinding down all this way. And if you're just looking at a chart, you're like, all right, the pain's got to stop, right? And you get this move up and then just continues right afterwards. So that's why, like, oh, it's down so much all these months, it's got to reverse. No, it doesn't have to reverse. Orion, who are you? Sports products, blah, blah, blah. Oh, interesting. Zurich. So now you look at some of these RSIs here. I mean, look at this RSI here. 19, almost 20. I mean, round it to 20. All kind of hanging around in that 20 area mostly. This one down here at 21. And I think, people want to talk about bubbles popping, seeing some of these things, you know, inflated valuations and people running. And, there we are in the NASDAQ. And while, the market cap isn't exactly large there, all the same, you got to wonder what a move like this from 150 to 50 is doing. What else do we got here? Warby Parker. Funny, I just saw an advertisement for them. Look at the put call ratio on some of these too. Just kind of noticing that now. So all these different things that we can look at here, and try to use them as, indicators or guidance on where or what we might be doing. Yeah, I could sort it for lowest RSI. Let me, I always like to change the colors on it too. So let me change the colors. Properties, select colors, RSI. Oops. So daily RSI. We'll click OK. We can flip it this way so we can look at the smallest low RSIs on the top. Those are your biggest losers as far as RSI goes. And we'll note this here too. Look at these RSIs and look at the put call ratio here that's going on. I mean, that's hefty. Can we say EVTL is about to bounce? EVTL. That's not EVTL. That's EVTL. I wouldn't say it's going to bounce. I'd say that's over. That looks like a big middle finger to me. But you never know. I mean, look, there's a middle finger there, and then it continued to grind up sideways. But here's one here, and that's what happened afterwards. So you can get either one of those. I'm gonna guess this is a flavor of the day, essentially. Probably had some kind of news. But the fact that you see it make that move and then give it up, I wouldn't count on that bouncing. And I want to see this one here. Look at that put call ratio is insane. Interesting, it's a municipal bond. IMTE. I would say this, Eagle Trader, when you've got those things that are, flavor of the day, I wouldn't count on them reversing. And something that someone had told me a long time ago that I found to be true is, especially with the smaller price stocks, they don't usually come back. Unless there's something really sustainable there for news. But like I said, I don't really look at news. It's got a solid trend in it here, IMTE. And again, talk about, stocks that look like they should stop going up, keep going up, and stocks that look like they should keep going down, shouldn't keep going down, do keep going down. I mean, that, it's hard to say something's much more extended than that. Look at that. And one might have thought, that initial move there yesterday was gonna be it. There was the flush, and nope. And that's what makes us risk managers. Is what am I willing to risk on this? We've had this run all the way up here in a couple of days from there. It's not uncommon to see a stock revert right back to where it come from. So, where are you going to pick? What's your out on the downside? And I think that's why, having that risk, that stop there is more important than anything else. The RSI on that one's a max of 35. I'll share this version out too, that where we did it like this. We're sorting on the RSI. Saber share to cloud. Oops, got to highlight that, Chris. Running away without the ball. There we go. So yeah, this is what I did real quick here, Terry. I'll pull it up on the screen. I went, stocks got to be at least $10. And then I said a maximum of 30 in the RSI for daily and a maximum of 35% above the low of the 20-day range, and a 2 put call ratio. I just threw that in there for fun. I was trying to find kind of bearish looking things and figured that's a good bearish indicator. And someone could take this and flip things around where you could see stuff that's beat up but maybe might be ripe for a bounce. Some of these things, like I said earlier, you don't want to go shorting that in the hole, but look at this here. Since this kind of breakdown here, every single bounce has been met with some pretty heavy selling, every single one. So this might be something where you say, all right, should I be meeting a bounce with some selling there? Only you can answer that question. But these might be some things where you mark up some charts, you thumbnail them. Equifax. Now this might be something you want to look at here, right? We're coming into this area right here. That seems like a big deal, that area. Maybe some kind of bounce into that 250, around that 250 range, and then a sell off there. It might be something to consider is all. If you're looking for short plays, that is. And as I've said several times, over the last year or so with me doing the fill-ins at noon on the Q&As, and then since I started this several months ago, I've never really had much of a reason to short. Any sell-off since I started trading several years ago has been, quickly met with buyers. So just, I just didn't have a need to sell, to short. I have not experienced a bear market as a trader, only a bear market when I was doing some casual investing in the mid 2000s, leading into the financial crisis and leading out of it. There's stocks that I liked and I bought, and for long-term stuff, and that was completely different than what I do now. It's a combination of the two for me now. But I've said before, if and when the time comes, I'll put that short hat on, and you better believe I'll be looking to sell the rips. So instead of buying the dips, here's the dip, and then it rips, and sell that rip afterwards. And there was a couple of years, Barry talks about often. Well, he used to, anyways. I'm not in the room with him much, but he talked about, in around the financial crisis time, he didn't go long anything for years. He just was short selling everything for years. So, that time is it here? Maybe. We have to discuss these things, that's for sure. You can't see my list? Huh. How do I? I could go back to this here. I was doing this for a while, and then I stopped doing it, and people asked me to do. Nobody's asked me to do it again since. But here I can do this. Let me know if this helps, because I always want you all to be able to see it. I could do this and resize everything. Does that help any, Terry? Because I want you all to be able to see it well. I just increase my scale here. Let me know if that helps some. I'll have to obviously, moving forward, I'll resize things and all that. I will not participate in another Goldman coordinated effort to crash the markets. That's the thing. These people all have an agenda. And I'm upfront. I've got an agenda. I want people to subscribe to Trade Ideas. I also want people to come here and get a reasonable education, about stocks. It's hard. It's also worth it, trading. It's very much worth it. How about, so I can see the list, just no data. Can anyone else see it big enough? Let me know if what I just did is making that a little better. And like I said, I'll do this again moving forward starting tomorrow. If this looks a little better like this. The output that I have on the software matters. It was the reason why people kept getting kicked every time I took over a stream, was because my output was too, I forget what it was, some kind of high def, and it was I didn't realize that the settings had been changed on me, and that was causing an issue. And Perfect Circle we'd be learning shorting this. We'd be learning it together. I just you kind of take. I would apply what I already know to the long side with trends and share size smaller. That would be my kind of thought with all of it is um, because here's the thing with shorting, your potential loss is infinite if you don't have a stop. A stock can go up forever. It can only go down to zero unless it's a whale, and then it can go to negative 40. That's a horse of a different color. Gets the prize. I mean, when I look at it, and so I'm watching the YouTube broadcast at the same time. I can see my screen. I mean, I can see it there, but that's not fair, I guess. What do I have it? Yeah, I've got it in 1080 here. What happens if I go to 144? I can't even see. It's completely blurry. So what happens if I go to 720? Oh, that looks terrible. You win, Perfect Circle. But all right, I'll make sure I blow this up moving forward for you all. At least this should help a little bit, I think, moving forward. So, all right, 4:34. I'm gonna wrap up for the day here, everybody. Appreciate you coming in, Terry and Perfect Circle, Eagle Trader, uh, keeping me company. I appreciate that. It's lonely in here otherwise. You too, Debbie. And although it was only one comment from you there, Mr. Juarez, I appreciate you throwing it out there too. Uh, you know, Hopefully at some point we get a little more action in here, and some more faces and names and stuff start rolling in. And that's that. So, all right, thanks everybody. You have a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are. Get outside and enjoy some weather if you got some good weather. And I will see you back here to wrap up the week tomorrow. So happy Thursday, everybody. And thank you, Jocks. Um, we'll catch you tomorrow, everybody. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye bye.